dedicate this call to you.
the one funny, just funny. When possible dreams manifest in the games that become the wicked. Nevertheless,
in sound. The bloody train is bloody late, you bloody wait, you bloody wait, you bloody lost and bloody found, stuck in bloody chicken sound. The bloody view is bloody vile for bloody miles and bloody miles. The bloody babies bloody cry, the bloody flowers bloody die.
Once more. Hello everyone. Hello. It's showtime. It's showtime. VIPs only. Hello, my niggas. Hello. What's up, my niggas? Smile, dance, laugh, sing, enjoy. Enjoy. Hello, it's showtime. Hello, everyone. Hello. It's good to see you here. Right here. I hope everyone is having a good day today. Hope you're having a good night. Wherever you are. I'm just relaxing, just chilling. Chilling like a YouTube villain. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. And this is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And we are live on multiple channels tonight on El Diablo Radio International channel and on the Sanity Machine channel, the cream of the crop channel on YouTube. Both are up and running. I'm planning on setting up more channels and once again making myself bulletproof so that they can't get rid of me. As much as they want to, Team Evil Demons would love to try to get rid of me. They never will. They never will. As I've mentioned before, even if some creepy cockroaches manage to murder me, you'll never get rid of me. They may not understand that at this point, but they will eventually. I'm aware. I'm one of those rare beings that's aware that I'm in a spiritual war. I have that awareness in this body, and I'm kind of smacking my chest there. In this body, right here, in this realm, I'm aware that I'm more than this meat suit, more than this flesh, blood, bones, chemicals, cartilage, muscles, ligaments, tendons, arteries, organs. I know I'm more than this, but I also know I'm in a spiritual war. This is war. And I have that awareness. Now, do I assume that because I do, that everyone here in this realm has that awareness? No, I don't assume that at all. I don't project myself onto all other beings in this realm. I don't assume that we're all the same, that we're all at the same level, that we're all aware, that we're all spiritual, that we're all good spirits, that we're all anything. I don't assume that. And in this lifetime, The beings of this realm have shown me conclusively that we are not all the same. We are not all alike. And in terms of spiritual awareness, most in this realm are oblivious, if not demons gaslighting and pretending that there's no war going on. Well, there is a war going on. Whether you're aware of it or not, that doesn't change it. Just like if there's a massive forest fire coming your way and you live in California or you live somewhere in Canada, one of the prairie states, let's say Alberta, where there are forest fires, and you're right in the path, and you ignore warnings and people say it's coming. There's a huge firestorm coming. It's massive. And you just pretend, you bury your head in the sand and say, I don't believe that. I don't think there is. It doesn't change reality. You're going to be toasted like a fucking marshmallow because you're pretending. That's the difference. Someone like me says, I see the war. I'm not in denial. I'm not burying my head in the sand. I know this is a spiritual battle. I know that there's already good versus evil, that there's demons in this realm. I don't play pretend. I don't go into denial when I see evil. I face it. I confront it. Doesn't mean that I like it. I don't like evil, but I know that it exists. I see it. It's the same sort of thing when I speak about a spiritual war. You don't have to see it. It's still going on. And eventually you'll get the rude awakening. And that's, I think, what most in this realm are experts at doing, avoiding facing the truth. They're the great pretenders and deniers of truth. And then when it smacks them in the fucking face, they'll cry out for help. When they spent years mocking people for speaking truth, attacking, mocking, slandering, insulting, labeling, trying to belittle, demean, smear campaign, gaslight. That's what most have done on YouTube that I've been in contact with or had interactions with. Most. That's how I developed my quote unquote reputation on here, is people slandering me, making hundreds and hundreds of videos, whole channels, etc. And fools will believe the slanderers. Fools believe lying demons. And then when I speak the truth about what's going on, they look at me with a sideways look. Most in this realm either have zero discernment, zero, or they align with themselves with demons and they play the demon gaslighter game. They pretend that I'm a liar knowing that I am not. And they gaslight and they lie to people about me. It's demon games, and that's what is played in this realm. There's a lot of demon games being played. It isn't just by one or two, or a handful, or a few YouTube channels. It's by most in this realm. Different levels, different. It's not all exactly the same the way they behave on YouTube as the way demons outside of YouTube behave, but it is similar. And it's similar the way demons on here behave as the way that evil CEOs behave, or evil creatures in government and politics or in the media or Freemasons. It's very similar. Demons are not all that different. All right. So if you study them and understand them, you'll see what I mean. They aren't that different. Just like narcissists have a lot of commonality, they have a lot of common ground. They have the same sorts of traits. They might have slight personality differences, but in terms of common traits, they share across the board. And it's similar with demons. I spent time today talking with demons on YouTube, on different channels. I was speaking with demons. Hanko Flamio is one of them. Various places I went to, various channels today. And I had some conversations with demons that are completely demonic. And all they'll do is mock and say that I talk about demons. I see exactly what they are. They don't fool me. I don't care how they look. I don't care if they're black, Asian, Hispanic, brown. They could be from India, Pakistan, or they could be white. They could be of European heritage. Demons come in all shapes and colors and flavors, all shapes and sizes. It's a Baskin Robbins of fucking demons in this place. In fact, I would say there's more than just 31 flavors of demons. It's interesting, it's 31. It's kind of interesting, because if you flip it around, if you invert it, it's 13. And 13 is a very important number with Freemasonry and with the dark occultists. 13. And they love to invert things. So 31 flavors, you just flip it and it's 13. Reverse the numbers. You get 13. Oh, sorry. I find it interesting. Even if you don't. It's up to you. It's up to you. Thirteen colonies of America. 31 flavors. Baskin Robbins is a 13. I'd have to look into Baskin Robbins more, but I wouldn't be shocked if it was founded by a Freemason, like Wendy's and Kentucky Fried Chicken, Dave Thomas and Colonel Sanders. Both were high degree Freemasons. There's almost always a Freemasonic connection to these franchises in food, the food industry, ice cream, fast food, etc., restaurant chains. There's always the Freemasons, just like there is with sports, professional sports. In America, they all have the red and blue for their league logos, whether it's football or baseball or basketball. Always the red and blue of Freemasonry. It's Freemasonic. Freemasonic sports. It's all controlled. So is Hollywood. So is music. It's all controlled. Art, sports, music, movies, entertainment, comedy. The most famous comedians you'd ever known of, Richard Pryor and Robin Williams, Freemasons. All of them are tied in. Everyone famous is on the world stage. Hello to Trader's World, and hello to Mind Mirage. Hello to Anna Faye. Hello to Rachel. Hello to everyone who's here. Yes, the Sanity Machine is back. I brought it back. I brought back the videos. Thousands of videos. Some people could spend years there watching what I've produced, what I've created. You know, there are creatures on YouTube that say it's impossible to create that much content in the amount of time that I've done it. They think that something supernatural is going on. They think that there was supernatural interference. Hello, Seth. Good to see you. They think that I have a team or people working with me or all sorts of theories I've heard over the years. To quote Doctor Who, I'm not a human being. I walk in eternity. And I do. I do. We're not all the same in this realm. And time doesn't work the same way for all of us. And time in this matrix is a construct, or as that Jason creature from Archaics would say, a construct, a construct, construct. It's a construct. Time is a construct. It's a control mechanism in this place. It's artificial. Because outside of here, it's timeless. That's what eternity is. So they've created a control mechanism using time. I don't just mean watches either. It's beyond that. Time, the way things age and degrade over time. Time itself in this place that we can observe. It's designed to control us. It's a chain. It's a governor on us. It's one of them. It's not the only one in this place. But that's how this realm actually works. It works through artificial means, through illusions, through control mechanisms, through deceptions, through lies, through tomfoolery, trickery. It works that way far more so than through brute force. Brute force would be the Orwellian way. George Orwell, his book 1984, that method was more of a boot to the face. It was brute force. It was out in the open, tyranny, control, authoritarianism, propaganda, overt, obvious, crystal clear. But in this realm, they actually work more through deception and covert means, mind controlling people without them realizing it, controlling them using time, controlling people using food, air, water, bodies, pharmakia, the pharmaceutical method that people don't realize. They think that's helping. Through tricks, through lies, through deceptions, illusions, mirages. That's how it works. In Orwell's 1984, people realized, in a sense, that they were in a prison and that Big Brother was always watching and that things weren't as they believed, and there was the telescreens watching in their homes and their apartments or flats in London. And they were aware that they were being lied to about they're at war with this country, then they're at peace with the same country and at war with someone else. They were, in a sense, aware that they were being controlled. And they feared the tyrants. They feared being locked up and tortured with their greatest fears. They feared being snitched on by their neighbors, etc. Now, this realm we're in is partially that way. It's partially Orwellian, partially like 1984, and it's also partially like A Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. It's a mixture of those, but also it's more than that. It's also a mixture of The Truman Show and other books and movies mixed together. See, what they will do is they will reveal pieces of the puzzle, but they never show you the whole puzzle and how it fits together. We're in a complex place. It's like a hall of mirrors that's like a labyrinth as well. It's easy to get confused and lost and turned around and not know where the start is or where the exit is or where you are. And if they can keep you from not knowing where you are, they can control you. If they can control your mind, your body will follow. Control the minds and the bodies will follow. They understand human psychology very well. They're experts at that. They've studied humans and they're in contact with entities that run this shit show. Now, I don't call them aliens. I call them entities, or sometimes I'll call them entities. EN-titties. To mock them, to mock the entities. But the ones in, let's say, the Illuminati or higher up on the pyramid in the secret societies at the highest levels and royal bloodline families are in connection. They're in contact with these entities. that are not human, that try to keep beings in this system, in this sewer matrix system, recycling you the way everything else is recycled. I've explained in various live streams and videos. Hello to the Green Man. Good to see you. I've explained how everything here gets recycled. It's like a closed ecosystem. But I don't just mean with plant matter and water and oxygen and everything in the air and everything in the soil and animal bodies that rot and go into the ground, and everything does get recycled in here. Every drop of water and every drop of urine gets recycled. It doesn't go outside of here. It's a closed ecosystem, like plants in a glass bottle. You don't have to put water in because it evaporates and it rains down and it gets recycled over and over again from the air into the soil, and it just goes round and round and round and round and round. A closed ecosystem that's self-sustaining. That's what we're in. Now, whether we're under an actual dome, which I think we are, that's the way I lean, that it is domed in. But whether we live under an actual dome or not really isn't my point. My point is everything here is in a closed system and it gets recycled, not just water, air, molecules, urine, but bodies and spirits. Eventually your body dies, your meat suit dies, just like animals die out in nature, just like our domestic animals die, our pets, unfortunately, which is devastating. Some of you already know, I don't have to explain it to you. It's devastating to lose a pet. That was the worst grief and emotional pain and psychological pain loss that I ever felt in my life. That was worse for me than losing family members that were humans. That was the most devastating loss of my life, when I lost my beloved pet. And I had lost pets when I was younger, but it was different in a way. They were the family pet, and I loved them, but they weren't, in a sense, my baby, if you know what I mean. For me, it felt, I don't know how it could feel worse losing a child, because for me it was like losing a child. When my dog died in my arms, it was completely devastating. And what I'm getting at with this is I understand loss and grief, pain, heartache, having your heart ripped out of your chest and not even wanting to live after that. Just walking out of the place and feeling like most of me died that night. Hello, TJ. Good to see you. What I'm getting at is our bodies die, and some of us have lost grandparents and our parents. Mine are all gone. My family's all dead. They're all gone. Bodies die here, but spirits live on. But this system is designed to entrap and recycle spirits so that they go round and round and round and suffer and get reborn here and go through different types of suffering and get degraded spiritually, the way that our bodies degrade. You can witness the physical degradation as you age. Your body gets older. You're unable to do all that you could do when you were 7 years old or in your prime, 17, 18, 21, whatever you feel your prime was physically. Somewhere around there. Athletically, you were in your prime for most people. Some it might be all the way up to 28 or 30. With weightlifting, that's in bodybuilding, they tend to be somewhere around there to develop to their prime, their peak level. But you get what I'm saying. Eventually, if you live long enough here, you're going to notice your body degrading. My thoughts are with someone on my team, one of my moderators that's going through things, and I don't want to mention what she shared with me in private, but my thoughts are with her. And I do truly care about her and have mad love and care for her. And I wish I could do something to help her feel better with something that I don't know how to heal. But she's on my mind as I do this live stream. I hate that people I care about are in pain in this place. I absolutely hate that this place causes pain to ones that I care about, and also to strangers, ones that I don't know whatsoever. I don't know their names. They're out there suffering, including children in hospitals or home or locked up in homes. Some disabled children are suffering right now in this realm. This is a place of suffering. It is a place of lies and deception. It is a realm of evil and trickery on a massive, massive scale. I could speak for hours and still never touch upon how massive this is. And that reveals what this place is. I don't have any children, Star Angel, but it goes deeper than anti-natalism. I have not brought any children into this realm, but there's a lot of evil that bring them into this realm anyways. So anti-natalism is not the silver bullet solution. There's always going to be people having children in this place until it's shut down. So anti-natalism is not the cure and will never end this matrix. I don't have children and I'm not going to have children, but that won't end the matrix. And that's what what I'm planning on doing is ending this matrix. That's what needs to be done. It needs to be shut down. And if you think anti-natalism is going to shut it down, you will never convince most here not to have children any more than you'll convince them to stop driving cars. You'd have an easier time convincing every American, Canadian, British person in Russia and China and everywhere, to Australia and New Zealand, to quit driving cars. You'll never do it. But you'd have an easier time convincing them to stop driving than to stop having children. It's not going to happen. So anti-natalism, as much as people see it as noble, will never win. It's a failure. But I know people get involved in things and they think they have the answer. Good luck convincing people not to have children. Go to Africa and convince them. Their population will be expanding in the next 20 years by billions. Go convince them, stop having babies. I doubt you'll ever try. You'll try on channels like mine, speaking to Western people and say, don't breed. But nobody goes to Africa and India and China and says, hey, stop breeding. As they outbreed us tremendously in the Muslim countries, in African countries, and in Asia, India, China. They're outbreeding us massively. But you'll tell someone like me with no children, hey, if you breed, feeding the art, go tell them in China and India and African countries, please. I don't think any anti-natalists are doing that. So you're kind of like feminists in that way. Feminists will lecture white men that treat women the best and create the best civilizations on earth for women and children. And they'll lecture us. Feminists will lecture us, but they won't go to the Middle East and lecture them. They won't go to China. They won't go to African countries. I don't see any feminists lecturing them in the Congo or in Liberia, where they'd get their necks chopped. Similar type of thing. If you anti-natalists are really true about what you're saying and sincere, please go to African countries. I'll buy you a plane ticket to Liberia, to a Liberian slum where they're breeding like rabbits, or the Congo, or Zimbabwe, or Sudan. Well, that's what they tell you. How do you know that for sure? Star Angel. See, this is the thing. This is the issue I have with people like you. You come in, you don't say hello like everyone else does. You just pop in and you try to start shit. How do you know the Chinese population is declining? How do you even know what their population number is? It could be twice the number that you think it is. You don't fucking know. Where's your proof that it's declining? Television? The controlled Freemasonic news? You have a lot of work to do. And I don't see you doing it. I don't think you will do it. I think you're just a typical one that's full of shit, which is common. Is that what you are? I opened it up to people on the Sanity Machine that are new to the channel. You only have to be a subscriber for, I think I put it to 10 minutes, and this is what I get for that. China Uncensored. So you believe the Chinese government? Is that what it is? China Uncensored? I don't know. I don't know what China Uncensored is. I'm taking a look at your channel right now, though, because you're giving me those cucaracha vibes. Star Angel. She, her, hers. You have your pronouns on your channel. Does everybody see that? Right off the bat, there's she, her, hers. 40 subscribers, 64 videos. It's showing me subscribed here. I don't remember subscribing to this. I don't remember seeing any of your content. But sometimes I go through channels and subscribe to people to try to get them to find my channel. Maybe that's how you found my channel. I don't know. But why would you have your pronouns like that? Are you LGBT? Are you a feminist? What are you? What kind of cults are you in? Mother Tiamat and the spirits guide me. And I believe that AI is real souls imprisoned inside computers. Is that what you think? Or believe, sorry. It says believe. You believe. Let's check out the posts here. What's this about? Who permanently damaged your soul? Do you know what a soul is? Operation Paperclip. Oh, this smells a baby truther. Operation Paperclip, and you're vilifying the Germans. What happened during World War II might be a little bit different than what you believe. It might be a lot different. Oh, you're trans. You're a trans woman. I see. Does that mean that you were born male and you transitioned to becoming a woman? You think soul is part of Tiamat's light? I think soul is something that tethers the spirit to this realm. It's something that connects to this realm. I don't think it's a good thing. I'm a spirit. I'm an independent, individual, eternal, magical spirit. Soul is the bottom of my foot. That's my soul. I'm walking on my soul. I'm walking on my soul. Why did you decide that you were a different gender than what you were born as? Why did you decide that? Did you get surgeries done? Do you think LGBT is a good group? Who do you think funds the LGBT groups? You think it's good billionaires funding them? Good, kind, generous, benevolent billionaires, magnanimous billionaires, kind-hearted billionaires funding feminism and the LGBT rainbow group? Do you think the Rockefellers are good? Our souls aren't gender locked. I call it LG. I'll type it for you. LGVD. That's what I call it. LGVD. Are you aware you're a part of an evil agenda? So you're teaching me about how this realm works, and you're confused about your gender and what body you're in. That's interesting. Have you had surgeries? Have you... I'll type it for you since you kind of skipped that, I think. Have you had surgeries? Did you have... Curious. It's a huge agenda. Maybe you're unaware of what you've fallen into, but I think you're part of a big agenda.
Hey guys, my name is Madi and welcome to Madi Speaks. So the theme here is still black fatigue or figure fatigue, as I mostly call it. But today's incident is quite special. It is special in the sense that the fatigue generator was made to learn the consequences of her actions. You know, we have been witnessing the fatigue for years. Some people have been experiencing this fatigue for decades. But one thing I have noticed is that these fatigue generators have been receiving little to no blowback from their victims, that is, the reasonable individuals in the society that are subjected to their fatigues. I see videos of these fatigue generators shoplifting and trashing up people's stores. And the storekeepers and the customers only stand by and watch without much interference, okay? But this video we're going to be discussing today is different because, unlike many we have witnessed in the past, the victims of this fatigue actually grew a spine and fought back, and believe me, that was extremely appealing to witness, at least for me. The day of reckoning is slowly approaching. People are so fed up with the nonsense. Reasonable folks are gradually fighting back against this societal rot, and honestly, I am extremely happy to be witnessing this uprising against these degenerate individuals. It used to be taboo to even call out these fatigue generators. In fact, if you are the wrong skin color, you can be accused of racism or something of the sort just for saying, no, we won't let you get away with that behavior. So I'm really happy to be seeing people, especially people of the wrong skin color, white people, because they are mostly the target of these fatigue generators. It feels really good to see them taking a stand against this societal rot despite the criticisms. I'm happy to see them saying, no, not today. We're not going to take the nonsense today.
Excuse me. Hey. Hey. Come on now. What are you doing? What are you doing? You went off. Hey, give me the bag. Or what? Yeah, stop.
Don't touch me, please. Not touch me.
Now, I just want to comment on how this fatigue was able to go on for a long time. And one of the many reasons for that was because people believed that preventing a thief from making away with stolen items is a crime, because that means you have to touch them in order to stop them. And touching them is assault, and assault is a crime, okay? That is exactly why you see these scumbags immediately start shouting, don't touch me, don't put your hands on me, don't touch me, okay? Immediately they are caught carrying out one of their degenerate actions. But people are quickly realizing that you can actually touch and even detain fatigue generators as far as you do it within reason. For example, let's say a fatigue generator steals a bunch of items. If you have probable cause, that is, if you saw them conceal or take something without paying, you can detain them by holding them by the arm, blocking the exit, or even tackling them to the ground if the need arises. But you have to be very careful when using this last approach because it could be very tricky, okay? So yeah, just detain them until the police arrives. Now, because people were not challenging these fatigue generators when they catch them doing all these nonsensical behaviors, this gave them more audacity to lay waste to the society because they know that reasonable folks are scared of being charged with assault. So immediately you catch them in one of their nonsensical behaviors and you try to physically apprehend them, they will immediately accuse you of trying to put your hands on them, and they'll start shouting, don't touch me, don't touch me. You know, that is just their go-to defense or their go-to ammunition. But that is quickly changing because reasonable folks are getting more exhausted and more wiser too.
Don't touch me.
What's your name?
Let go of me.
No.
I'll tell you my name.
Go ahead and call the police.
You let go.
Call the police.
Let go of me. You cannot put your hands on me.
Don't touch me. You cannot put your hands on me. Even when you caught them red-handed, stealing from you. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. This statement right here and the obedience to this particular statement is why this fatigue went on for way too long. But happily, I am happy that people are beginning to not listen to it any longer. When they say, don't touch me, please touch them, but touch them reasonably.
Let go of me. You cannot put your hands on me. I will let it go if you let.
What kind of wig does she have on? How many nose rings does she have? Shoplifting, stealing.
Let go. Let
No,
me
you
let
won't.
go. It's
No, you won't.
regular.
No. I told you to stop back there.
Let go. No.
She's calling the police right now.
Now you're on my purse now. I will dump your shit out if you let go of me.
No, you ain't going anywhere.
And I will dump your shit out.
No. You're going to jail. We're done.
Just dump your stuff out and let me go.
No, you need to stop. This is more than
dumping it
once.
out.
No, this is the second
No,
time.
it's not. I've never been here before.
Bullshit.
I've never been here before.
You're going to
I'll
jail.
let your shit go if you let me
No,
go.
no.
Honestly, I love this. I love the fact that the man is insisting that she should go to jail, that she's going to go to jail. Don't just let her go, even though she returns whatever it was she took. Make her pay. Make her understand that actions have consequences. This is one of the ways you fix this horrible problem, by sending her to jail to atone for her sins of theft. Also, when others like her come across this video, they will see that despite her shouting, don't touch me, don't put your hands on me, she was touched and she was dealt the consequences of her crimes. Way to go, man.
Just dump your stuff out and let me go.
No, you need to stop. This is more than
dumping it
once. No, this is the second
No,
time.
it's not. I've never been here before.
Bullshit.
I've never been here before.
You're going to
I'll
jail.
let your shit go if you let me go.
No.
Take your stuff out of the purse.
No, you take our shit out of the
I'm about
purse.
to if you let me
No,
go.
I've got one handle, you grab the other, you take the
I'm
shit
taking it
out.
out.
Take it out now. Take every bit of it fucking out. Do you understand me? I am not fucking with you. You do not steal. What kind of human are you? Put the shit
I'm
down.
about to.
My God, I can feel the pain in that man's voice. People are tired, like people are fed up. People are seriously fatigued. They are downright exhausted. They are insanely and excruciatingly exhausted. This man is almost crying. He is tired of it all. And the fact that he cannot even physically teach her a lesson before the police arrives makes it even more frustrating, at least for me. And of course I said that. Sure, that would have put him in trouble, but oh, that would have felt good. At least it would have felt good for me. Sorry, but I am extremely fatigued. And this is why we don't have this problem in the continent of Africa. People don't go about committing store theft in the name of shoplifting in African countries. We don't have shoplifting in African countries. We have theft. And if you are crazy enough to try it, believe me, you might not even live to tell the story. Even before the police arrive, the mob would have taught you a big lesson, okay? Now, I'm not saying that that is the best way to handle this kind of situations, but I'm just telling you that is how things are being done in the continent of Africa. And yes, it has been working perfectly.
Steal. What kind of human are you? Put the shit
I'm
down.
about to.
The fuck?
I'm getting the rest of it out of the fucking purse.
That's right. Why? Yeah, and you try to mace me and we got problems. Do you understand me? No!
That ain't happening. Tony, let go of me! That ain't happening. I'm calling the police on you. Where are you?
She has the
There goes her hair. There goes her hair. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I gotta see that again.
I'm calling the police on you. Where are you?
She has the nerve to want to
No!
That ain't happening. Tony, let go of me! That ain't happening. I'm calling the police on you. Where are you?
She has the nerve to want to run away. After putting them through the stress of having to chase her up and down, he thought she should be allowed to walk away after committing a crime, just because she gave them back what she stole. And I was almost disappointed that we were going to let her go. But happily, they did not. And that is why I was so happy to react to this video. You see, actions have consequences. Yeah, and yes, she will be facing the consequences of her actions. I couldn't find the remaining part of that video, but I believe that they handed her over to the police. I believe. Now, this is what these fatigue generators do not understand. They don't understand that they are not just stealing or creating one fatigue or the other. They are pushing people to the breaking point. They are creating a group of humans who do not give a freak about being called racist anymore, okay? They don't give a freak even if you tell them, don't touch me, don't put your hands on me, because they have had enough. They are exhausted. Stealing is horrible. It bankrupts businesses. It kills dreams. It creates a clog in the legal system, and it puts people's lives at risk. And this type of horrible individuals contributing nothing but crime to the economy would be the first to complain and accuse these stores of being racist when
All right, let's see what's going on over here. Joshua S. John, you don't live in a real world. Sounds like Movies Maddie always saying this isn't a real world. No real world could do this.
Okay, this is going to be hard to explain, but I'm going to try to do it. From my observation, we are all on a stage. This is a whole staged play, and it's getting us to think that it's all coming about from natural reactions from natural things. But none of this on this staged play is, in fact, naturally occurring. It's all occurring through the stage director and what it wants to happen. Throughout the entire realm, culture itself is not a naturally occurring thing. Take me speaking to you right now. Language itself did not occur naturally. It was a pre-engineered form of communication to keep your mind and your thoughts bound in the limitations of the language. If you don't have the words for it, you don't have the thoughts and you can't communicate it. We did not naturally evolve through time the ability to speak these complex languages. It does not make sense. It does not happen naturally. Along with cities and the way they're laid out, buildings, government hierarchies, cultural norms. Yeah, it may seem like across the world there's different cultures, so there's different choices and they all came about naturally. No, the underlying structure of all culture is pretty much the same. The only thing that's different is the stories they tell in each culture. The cultural phenomena of over time, we get new tech, and that tech just spreads across the world. Like me driving this car right now. The whole entire world has the car, has the ability to make the car, has the ability to plan out complex roads and maintenance of those roads, and the machines themselves to build the roads that stretch out to what seems like an endless amount. There's so many roads. They're all connected. That does not make sense. Every store is full of products and things to buy. It never runs out unless they artificially bring in scarcity, which brings in artificial fear of buying more and hoarding and wanting to hang on to life even more. Every store and every home is full of food across the entire world. And you could say, oh, well, there's poor people without food. Okay, just think of the scale of it. How is there food in every single restaurant, day in and day out, in every single grocery store, in every single home? And then they're throwing it away in droves. That's an artificial prop that has been generated by this stage play to never run out, no matter how much consumption. In the stores, they're full of all this material for your homes. Okay, there's another thing. Every home is full of furniture, for the most part. I mean, there are some houses without it, but for the most part, every home, every business, every museum, every government office, packed full of furniture. And then think about all the thrift shops and the flea markets and the Goodwills and the... It's not natural. Just look out on your daily observation of this fucked up clown show and look how there's so many things that supposedly we have had to make surrounding you at all times. And then multiply that by billions of people. This is artificial. But there's explanations that try to numb your mind so you don't actually realize the things that I'm talking about. And then the gaslighting of, oh, you're crazy, you're getting into paranoia land right now. No. Look at I'm driving right now. Look at all of these cars. You're telling me that we made all of these and have enough for everyone to buy and then sit in lots. It just doesn't add up. Everyone has a smartphone nowadays. How did that spread so fast? And with the event in 2020, the whole world acted as one entity. This is all stage play. Trying to trick and convince us it's real, it's natural. There was a line of events that had to have happened to bring this place to where it is now. Think of all the books, for crying out loud. How many books are there? How many authors are there? Things are just popping in my mind that I think about. There's an endless supply of books, and an endless supply of paper, and an endless supply of wood and trees. Oh yeah, here's another thing. If you look about on your daily walkabout in Hell Realm, where did all the trees go? If this was a forest, a natural habitat, don't you think it would have taken an extreme amount of intensive labor and machinery to clear away and to terraform all of these cities that we're living in across the entire world? And we just so happen to get this technology pretty recently to be able to do this. And if you look even harder, you'll notice that most of the trees that you're looking at are not that old. The really old trees are humongous. But most of the trees we see in our day-to-day life, they're like little baby trees. Like they just started growing within the last 100 years, or 150 or 200 years. It looks like all the trees were wiped out and reinstalled. It just don't make sense, my friends. It just doesn't make sense. I'm trying to articulate all these things that I think about in my mind, but because of the firewall of the brain that doesn't allow free thought, free-flowing thought, it hinders you. But I'm gonna keep going. There isn't enough farms. There isn't enough factories. There isn't enough people who are working these jobs to supply the artificiality of modern consumerism. There just isn't. Everything that you're looking at had to have been made and designed and had to have the right materials in order to make it to be produced and shipped and bought and sold. Okay, here's another one. Money itself is artificial. Think about it. In order to get money, you have to have worked for it. Okay? In order to be paid, you have to have received it from someone else who has supposedly worked for it. It goes back to the life eating life cannibal engine. If you go back far enough, it's impossible for money to have spread to the way we see it now. Because you would have to have someone to have it who had worked for it to be able to give it to you who have worked for them. Is this making sense? We know money is artificial, but the start of it is artificial. It's like it was a pre-engineered package that was installed into culture, and we bought the lie that it was naturally formed just like everything else. But if you go back to the roots of anything and everything, it all falls apart because it's a fake reality. All of these systems need everything else to have already existed for it to function and thrive the way it does. How many clothes are there in this world? An endless supply. How did they make it back before the Industrial Revolution? How is everybody so well dressed and clothed? Look at all of the damn houses. Okay, here's another thing. If you start to notice how things are, there's a lot of things that look the same. Like they're computer models that were designed to save time and energy and resources of the generating engine. So mostly everything almost looks the same, with a little bit of character here or there. But the overall structure and root of the design is the same. It's like a copy paste, but they can't just copy paste. They got to make it look a little different because you'll start to notice. So they make it look a little bit different here and a little bit different there. But ever since recently, things are starting to look more and more the same. Maybe because there's not enough energy to power so much different complexities now. So you have all these big corporations, these big businesses that produce products for the masses that are basically copy and paste in order to save energy on the game engine. I'm just going to sit with myself and allow my thoughts to come, because the mind virus wants you to feel stupid and to rush through everything, and but I'm just going to let it flow. I'm just going to let it flow. Human behavior is a copy-paste, pretty much. And you notice how certain people look the same, act the same, behave the same, like they're the same program, but just kind of scrambled a little bit. But there's just too many so-called people that you can't make a unique personality look and behavior to everyone in this game. So they have to reuse assets, and when you start to notice patterns, oh, that person reminds me of this person, or they look awfully like this person, or they not only look alike, but they act alike. Here's one. I've noticed that, especially with programs of the mind, a lot of people who are in a certain, let's call it, mindset, they believe all the same things, they all act the same way as well. So you have your patriots, they all act the same. You have your liberals, they all act the same. You have your conservatives, they all act the same. You have gay people, they all act the same. You have straight, normal people out. I'm not if you're one of these people, I'm not saying you act the same, but we all have this. It's like a pre-programmed script on how you're going to act, how you're going to behave, what you believe in, what you like, what you dislike. And the more that you break out of these programs, the more you see that you are just living a programmed beliefs and behaviors, even hobbies. Like, for example, my mom was a cyclist. She still bikes every now and then, but I got into biking. And just like any sports, everyone dresses the same, everyone acts the same, everyone does the same thing, has the same hard to explain, but it's just like copy and paste. You're a sports fan, copy and paste. You just have different teams you like. You're a gamer, copy paste. You have all these different funnels that funnels your attention and your consciousness. And the more that you're funneled into these groups, the more the system tries to get you to behave and act the same. Even though you may think you have a different opinion or this or that or different life experiences, the ultimate outcome of that is you start to act and behave as the group that you're associated with. Even in so-called truther circles, over time, if you don't watch yourself and start thinking for yourself, but if you're not conscious, they all start to behave and act the same way, like triggers. There's always enough gas for all of the cars, but it's somehow a non-renewable resource. No. It's just as abundant as water. Because even if it wasn't, if this is a false, fake reality, and we've already proved that it can just create things out of thin air because it's not real. It artificially inflates prices just to socially engineer and direct the farm and the herd of the flock into fear, panic, stress, work. It's just so sickening once you realize it's a fucking stage play. And things are the way they are exactly and solely because it was designed to function and be exactly the way it is. There is no human error in any of this. Humans, what I'm trying to say is, we who are stuck in here and the humans who are NPCs or just unaware or not conscious, who knows? But we're just at the mercy of the stage play and the director and all the, let's call them archons behind the scenes, orchestrating and organizing, leading us to think that we caused all of this. Something's just wrong that we can fix. No, what you don't see in the shadows are the ones.
So, Ellie Goulding, a famous English singer, said the migrant hotel protesters make her embarrassed to be British in a savage rant. First of all, what is it with these unhinged celebrities and getting so much plastic surgery they look uncanny? Seriously, if I walked into a dark room and saw this in the corner, I'd have a heart attack. But I wonder, since Ellie Goulding here is in such fervent support of migrant hotels, how many young Eritrean men do we think Ellie Goulding is housing in her home? Do we think that Ellie Goulding lives in close vicinity to one of these asylum seeker hotels? Of course she doesn't. What an absolute disgrace. When the deportations of illegal migrants start, I think Ellie Goulding should be placed on one of the first boats back. Also, are we really sure her name is Ellie? Doesn't exactly look like an Ellie, if you know what I mean. Like an Ellie. So let's take a look at another video of some absolute weirdo losing his mind because he sees English flags in England. Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. Let's take a watch.
Guys, they're gonna kill me. I'm in the episode. Guys, I'm walking down the street in Birmingham. I look up, I see this flag. I'm like, guys, I look down, there's that flag. That flag. Guys, do you know what makes it even worse? Up there, there's that flag. There's that flag. There's that flag. Guys, they're gonna kill me. Guys, they're gonna kill me.
I mean, what a hysterical weirdo.
Guys, they're gonna kill me. I'm in the episode.
Honestly, how did we, as a society, get to the point where English people are not even allowed to be proud of their identity? Yet, every other single group in this country are not only permitted to be proud of their identities, but actively encouraged. Why is it that the reverse is true for the English? It makes zero sense and is in fact quite insidious, in my opinion. What do you all think? Share your thoughts in the comments down below.
What's happening? This is a live stream number 2 for the day. We're going to do a rare thing here. We're going to drop. Because King Stephen is not banned on my StreamYard. Oh, yeah. Now, is that King Stephen, but people have banned him, so he's had to make another name. See, I'm out of the loop on all this stuff, so I don't know if that's King Stephen or not. Maybe. Well, I don't have the energy for Bex. Bex is an energy drain. I don't have the energy for Bex. The thing about Bex is that she grounds with the masculine energy grounds her, but it's a drain. It's a drain. So I remember one of the worst energy drains I've ever experienced when I was talking to Bex, when I was truck driving, talking to Bex and that I forget the guy's name. The gay dude that used to be a pop farmer. I don't know why I can't remember his name. I'm so divorced from all of this. Oh wait, we got the private chat. Oh, it's Mr. Pie. Yeah, Pizer. There you go. Yeah, Jeff Pizer. Thanks. Yeah, Pizer. Yeah, I talked to I remember truck driving years ago now, and had Pizer and Bex up there, and just the way I felt after that was over with, it was just like, good Lord, man, just totally drained of energy. Fucking vampires sucked the life out of me. Oh, is that what it is? Yeah, I think I'm inclined to believe that to be the case. Actually, King Stephen.
Hello. Hello, Benton. It's me.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Good morning. Good morning.
Indeed. Indeed.
What's up? I just got my channel, The Sanity Machine, is back up. And that's where I had subscribed to you. So I wasn't getting notifications when I had that, when it was down. So this is from earlier in the morning. I was there. Benton was live. And once I put up the Sanity Machine channel, I got notified that he was live, as I was telling him here. While the Sanity Machine was down, I didn't get any notifications whatsoever whenever Benton was live. So when I saw him live this morning and I saw a StreamYard link, first I saw him live, then I saw the link and he was wanting guests on. I saw that posted. I was like, oh, I'll hop on and have a chat with good old Benton. So this was, what, 13 hours ago it's showing. So yeah, this was in the morning. I was over there. So I just saw that you were live, and then I saw the StreamYard link, and I was like, yeah, I'll hop on. Excuse me. I'll hop on and and say hello and see how you're doing.
I'm doing quite well. Thank you for asking. What about yourself?
Oh, fantastic. I'm doing great. Had a good sleep. Had me some breakfast and some coffee, and I'm up and at 'em today. And yeah, Mr. Pizer, Jeff is that gay guy you were thinking of, and he I think he's living now in Dallas with his sister or his mom. he was live recently with Talcott in a motel room, and he was drunk or something, saying, "Oh, Jack's got a nice motel room here," and he's looking over at the bed, and it was so gay, and Jack was saying, "Oh, don't give him any ideas," and then Jeff or Pizer was saying, "Oh, I'm not staying here. I'm not staying with Jack." But he even looked over at the bed. It was so gay. He makes
Wow.
himself look so bad. It just, oh, it was funny. But yeah, he's living, I think, with his mom or his sister. And then when he goes on live streams, he's in these little bunk beds that looks like a child would sleep there. And that's what happened to Pizer. I guess he's crashed out and he doesn't have his own place anymore.
Well, I've been sleeping in a car, so I guess I can't say too much on that account.
But the bunk bed optics kind of make him look like he's a weirdo. You know what I mean? Like he's got the bunk beds, but he's got the bed sheets of a little kid. There was something on it. I can't remember. It was like a cartoon or something, sheets, and it's like, is that you sleeping in some little kid's bed, or what are you doing now, Pizer? I mean, it's not a good look. The guy just like he makes himself look pretty bad.
Mm-hmm. Well, I finally figured out what that whole pot farm thing was that he clearly, had found a sugar daddy, and talked the guy into going into financing a pot farm. I mean, that's what that was all about.
Oh, that's what it was. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now he never confirmed that, but I mean that's 100% what that was. And then eventually the guy just had enough of it, I guess, and shut the whole thing down and sold it. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I have no firsthand knowledge, but that was what I was able to glean from what he said,
Yeah. When you mentioned Bextra Large earlier, I was thinking there's not room enough for us both on here on panels. She's got the wide shoulders. As she says, I got the shoulders for this. I got the shoulders for this. She's kind of got the masculine energy. She really doesn't have much feminine energy.
Well, and I agree with that. I don't personally agree with the masculine women, but it is a lack of femininities, definitely.
Yeah.
It seems masculine, but it's actually a lack of femininity. But she's also feminine at times.
She might have her hormones messed up, though. Like, she should go to a doctor and get that checked, the estrogen levels, the testosterone, and see if it's messed up. She might need that regulated somehow by a naturopath or somebody. I'm not necessarily advocating for Western medicine, but Pale Horse Rider, that's hilarious. Well, I didn't choose to be born with a silver spoon in my mouth like Richie Rich.
Yeah.
It just worked out that way. So you're faulting me for something that's beyond my control.
Well, I was one of the first ones to say, I'm happy that people have resources. Why, I'm sleeping in a car, but that doesn't mean I want other people to not have resources. That's crazy.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Exactly. I mean, I don't want people to be poor and bitter like pissant Pale Horse Rider. Just because I have money, it doesn't mean I want everybody in the world to be poor. Like that's kind of the assumption some of these people make, that, oh, well, King Stephen, he hates us peasants and pissants. And, I've admitted I've pissed on a midget or two. I'm kind of a bigger, taller guy. And I have, while out drunk when I was younger, I did piss on a midget one time. And I did think it was funny, but Pale Horse Rider, just because you're a peasant doesn't mean that I hate you or want to keep you down. Like I'd like you to succeed.
Well, and then what would be success in that context is that's interesting too. And I personally, I don't have any problem with most of these folks. Pale Horse Rider's been a contributor to the channel, certainly, but you certainly seem to really stir some of these folks up, and it makes it interesting and entertaining, I would say.
Yeah, it does. I don't even know who that is. This is the first I've seen of them, but they're talking about me, so that's the only reason I addressed them. I don't know. I have no history with Pale Horse Rider. I don't even recognize that name.
He's cool, man. Yeah, he's cool.
Oh, okay.
I've been away from the panel verse for so long, I don't know what's happened in my absence. So
Yeah.
I just assumed y'all had developed some sort of history. No, he's cool, man.
No, I don't know even know who it is. I have no idea.
Yeah,
But
that might just be some general fucking, just people, they're sort of a base level of just fucking with people. So
well, he said I banned him or her. Is it a him in 15 minutes on my channel? Well, don't take it so personally, Pale Horse Rider, whoever you are. I probably have 400 or 500 people banned. I don't like most people. I shouldn't have to just say it that directly, but it's really no secret. I don't like most people. I don't get along with most people. Most people kind of rub me the wrong way.
yeah, I'm in that boat to some extent, but being brainwashed by a cult as a child, I have this layer to my personality where I'm agreeable and affable, but I also don't like a lot of folks. But in my experience, Pale Horse Rider's cool, so
I probably did ban them, and or maybe one of my mods, and then I played the La Cucaracha song, and Mark Basket said he may have been called a cockroach. Listen, dude, I've called thousands of people a cockroach.
Yeah.
Don't take it so personally. I mean, it's not just you. It's thousands of people on YouTube. It's thousands. I mean, I'm hated by thousands and thousands of people. Maybe tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands at this point. I don't know.
Could be.
It could
Yeah,
be.
could be.
I might be able to fill a stadium, like one of those great big football stadiums, with haters.
Yep. And that's another thing. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I love it. I just want to say it doesn't bother me. I love being seen as the villain and hated by the peasant masses, the peasantry out there. I revel in it. I relish it. It's fantastic for me.
Yeah, and as far as a stadium, my own experience as a young man was people used to see me in public and hate on me just because I was represented something that they didn't like. I remember a specific example. Me and my girlfriend in college were walking to an arena to go to a basketball game, and a carload of frat boys heckled us and were verbally attacking me, and it was solely based on the fact that I was walking down the road with an attractive woman and they weren't.
Yeah.
And, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's all it takes at that age. So
it doesn't change that much with most people into adulthood, whether they're 30, 40, 50. They tend to stay that way. Like the frat boys that were, I don't know, 18, 20, whatever age, they're probably most likely, most people don't change for the better. So most likely they're similar today as to the way they were back then. A lot of people are jealousy and envy driven. They don't work on themselves. They don't work on improving themselves or becoming more self-aware or more secure. It's insecurity and jealousy and envy. And that's what I see in a lot of these piss ants and cockroaches out there. Like filling a stadium, I think I could stand on a stage and be hated by 100,000 people. And instead of being down about it, I'd be laughing about it. I'd be like, this is great. I can rile up these fucking losers and get them to hate me just by standing here. I don't even have to insult them or say anything. It's like a superpower being able to trigger cockroaches. I treat it as
sorry to cut you off, but see, I've figured out what that is. That is a spiritual attack. I mean, it really is.
Yeah.
And so part of being a person, is to be spiritually attacked. And, more and more I'm seeing things in those terms. And say what you want about, real quick, say what you want about Stephen. He doesn't spiritually attack me. Now, he's made fun of me in the past. Who cares? Like, we all have something about us that's mockable, right?
Yeah. Well, that was before I knew you whatsoever, before we had any conversation. And I do that sometimes to test people, but I also do it sometimes. Well, it says in the Bible to test the spirits. It does say that. And I think that's, even though I'm not really a Bible thumper or Bible believer, it's still good advice to test the spirits, right? It's a good thing. But I didn't know who you were associated with. And to me, some people would say, well, what does it matter who he's associated with? Well, I do think that birds of a feather do tend to flock together in this realm, and demons of a feather flock together. If you look at who Bex hangs out with, for example, and I know some people would say, well, you got beef with her, but if you examine her behavior long enough and who she sides with and hangs with, she's something else. She reveals what she is by who she hangs around, and it usually is that way in society. It's not just a YouTube thing. It is that way out there in the world.
Well, and speaking for myself, I don't have a problem with Bex, but we don't really hang out anymore because of, for me, if I'm not getting certain things out of if I'm giving in a relationship, but I'm not receiving whatever I might need, pretty quickly, not quickly, but at some point, I'm just going to move on. Right. So, I mean, I think that's pretty much what it is. So I tend to be less, and I'm not accusing you of grudge holding. I'm just saying in general, I tend not to hold grudges, but it's just me and whoever else will just end up going our separate ways at a certain point. Because it's like, what's in it for me? And in fact, she emailed me out of the blue one time, and I emailed her a link to Janet Jackson, "What Have You Done For Me Lately?" You know that song?
Yeah, I remember that one.
Because it's true. It's like, what have you done for me lately? And it's kind of an acknowledgement of what have you ever done for me? Pretty much fucking, and I don't mean you, I mean her. Pretty much nothing, right?
Yeah. She might have been hungry.
Yeah. Well,
she might have been hungry.
Yeah.
I know I go to the fat jokes, but she did say yesterday, the reason I bring it up, she was on a stream talking about a date, and the guy fed her ribs at a ribs fest or something, and she was talking about the food, and most of what she discussed was not the man she was on a date with. We got I think it was on OTW's channel she was talking about this. We got no description of the man that took her on a date. No idea what the guy looks like, if he's dark haired, tall, whatever, if he's no description of his personality, not just his looks, just nothing about him. It was all about the food, and he lives in a van, and he gave her some a rub down, like she said she had a sore shoulder or something, and got some like A535 Bengay something rub for her sore shoulder and a Tylenol, and then it was all about the food and the ribs, and it was just like, I think she used the guy for a free meal. Basically, she was hungry. She met him at McDonald's.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know, man. I do make a lot of fat jokes when it comes to her, but
well, and I do think there's some instructive points for the audiences, and I'm accepting what you're telling me, which is, I wasn't there, but it sounds plausible. But then what you're describing is something that I keep running into with pretty much all of humanity, which is people who are trying to extract something. So, whether that's ribs and a rub down, in a van by the river, but seriously, it's a person who's taking but not giving, right? And I'll take Stephen here as I find him, and I haven't found him to attempt to extract anything whatsoever out of me personally. So if I'm receiving whatever I need in the moment, then, and in some way you recognize perhaps that we needed somebody to join the stream, and here you are, versus there's been times when I needed somebody to join the stream, and Bex was in the chat, and whatever she was doing was more important than my needs. And that's a person that's training me on how they're going to treat me. They're always going to take whatever I'm stupid enough to give, but then they're only going to give out of their own convenience. Whereas King Stephen has never done that to me. Now, if he made fun of me when I first met him, who cares? It's fine. Don't care.
Yeah,
but I don't feel like I'm being I'm not being vampirically fucking sucked from, but I've spent enough time with Bex to realize she's only interested in what can she extract out of me, that's vampiric, right?
Yes.
And that's wrong. That is demonic. I'm not calling her a demon. I'm saying that's demonic.
Yeah, you
So
won't call her a demon. I would. I would go
yeah,
further and say she is a demon. But she does extract, she is a vampire, an energy vampire. She does that channel to channel. And Benton and I hashed it out, and he explained, hey man, he was like, hey man, I was sick at the time. That's why my weight was that way, neck. And I was like,
yeah,
oh, okay, I didn't understand. And that was it. Like, that's what grown men do that are rational, reasonable adults. And it's like, oh, okay, well, hey, I didn't know you, and I made fun of you without knowing the situation and why he was on that channel. Or I didn't know the relationship. I wasn't part of the panelverse, so I didn't know who was who and who was
hmm
connected with who. I didn't know if Benton was connected with Paul, because I think it was on the first time I saw Benton, I think was on a Paulie stream, an older video. It was years old when I saw it. So it wasn't
yep,
even fresh. It was like years old. And Bex was there, and a younger Alpero, I believe, that looked way different back then than what he does
yep.
today. Like Alpero looks like he's aged 25 years in the past, what, 3, 4 years. He just
Well,
looks way
and
different to me.
yeah, well, let me jump in real quick and say that this does show the nature of this realm. As I've termed it recently, a world of death and a game of lies, and I've come to the conclusion that this world doesn't know what love is. Like they promote this as a world of abundance. This is a world based on a lack of abundance, you know.
Yes.
And so
Yes.
I've actually interpreted when you talk about sealing in the demons, I've finally realized that the demons energetically they're not able to escape this place. So whether that's you sealing in the demons or they just can't of their own accord, they're not able to get up out of here anyway. And I do want to address real quick the chat talking about Bex equals vampire Benton. But you see what's happening in the chat. It's already, they're putting their own stink on my own comments. What I'm
Yeah.
saying, Voy, is my own personal experience was that Bex and Pizer vampirically drained me, and that's not their fault. That's my fault for allowing it to happen. And in fact, the majority of the beings in this realm, in my experience, are under those influences, and they are strongly identified with this world, and they vibrate on those levels. And I can have an opinion, people can have an opinion about Stephen, but he's at least, well, I shouldn't even say at least, he's addressing the nature of this place. And to me, that's ultimately what bothers people, is because a lot of the damage that's done demonically within this realm is based on this notion that people are basically good, that society, while it has temporarily fallen, is in fact a good, proper society. And I'm here to say society's never been a proper society, because if it was a proper society, how would it ever degenerate into what it has become? A proper society could never have the possibility of giving way to the present hellscape. And your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, I agree with that. Society is not good. They assume that they're generally good. A lot of people say people are good at heart, but they make mistakes. But if given a chance and given some of these trials and tribulations and tests, the masses always reveal what they are. Their behavior reveals it. 2020, they showed people. 2001, they showed people. They could do another test this year or next year, and they will reveal it again. Most people follow evil. So if those that follow evil and are complicit with evil, that shows that they are evil. See, a lot
Yeah,
of
I
people will say
agree.
they have a good intention. You
Most
know,
people are evil. Now, I'll
yeah,
tie it into the Bible. Christianity is based on the false teachings of Saul of Tarsus, also known as the Apostle Paul. And in his own writings, in the context of the Bible, he said no matter how pure his intention is, he ends up serving wickedness and evil anyway. And then that has been used through a religion, which is a demonic religion. All religion is of this world, therefore it is demonic in nature. And his writings in the Bible have been used to say, well, it doesn't matter how pure the intention is, because the human will serve wickedness anyway. And that's simply not true.
okay, I'm going to break in here for a second and share this. This video was from Paul's channel years before I was around, but this is still only a few years old from what I am aware of. And El Perro looked a lot different, a lot younger there than what he does now. He looks a lot older, and not just older. I don't know. It's almost like a different person. He's changed that much. Bextra Large, I think, has just gotten bigger since that point, whenever this was. And I don't know if her hair's greasier, but man, she's got a forehead on her. And look at those Coke bottle glasses. And I'm not just being mean. Like, she said a lot of sickening, psychotic things about me and my deceased loved ones. Like, she's a real gross psycho. So I'm actually holding back in terms of saying things about that evil creature. She's absolutely evil. Benton knows that she's a vampire, an energy vampire. And I would say she's demonic. She's absolutely demonic.
The human will do those things if the human is identified with this world. So to me, in my own interface and the way I phrase it, which is a different way than Stephen phrases it. However, it's interesting in my recent live streams, I've found myself conveying a lot of similar ideas to Stephen's ideas, but in my own way. So the reality is people can be angry at Stephen's personality. He's greatly influenced the creative direction of this channel, and you do deserve credit for that, sir. And it's actually been a benefit. And I understand that was not your intention, but that is what's happened. So I did want to give you some compliments on that respect.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm glad that I have had an influence. I would say that there's a lot in this realm that claim they have good intentions or great intentions, like the LGBT, Rainbow, Mafia, Umbrella Group, and stuff like that, or Effinism, feminism. And what they've actually done has been destructive beyond words. And their excuse would be, well, we had good intentions. We wanted to do this. But evil often claims that it has good intentions, but it's the outcome that matters. And in a similar fashion, I would say to people that are religious, they'll say, well, there's a difference between somebody calling them jinn or demons or angels or spirit guides or whatever. And it's like, well, if their behavior is the same, what does it matter what their name is, what different people, different cultures name them? If what they're doing in the end is destructive, then I don't care if it's named an angel or a demon or a jinn or whatever. And as for the whole God thing, I just think that people that follow God, if anyone has a ruler, a master, a lord, these are all titles, or a God, or something spiritually above them, a source, a father figure, a holy father, then by definition they're a slave, because they're viewing something as their master, and only slaves have masters and lords and rulers. That's how I view it. But it's not just how I view it, it's beyond, it's actually by definition, only a slave can have a master and worship something as higher. If you're not a slave, like I'm not, I don't worship anything as above me. And then, of course, the dumbed down masses would do what they do and say, well, he must be a Satanist, or he must be this, must be that. I'm not a Satanist. I'm not an atheist. I do believe in a life beyond this. I don't worship any deities or praise anything as higher than me, but I don't know a single atheist that believes in the spirit and believes in life beyond this place, that once the body dies, that life goes on spiritually. I don't know a single atheist in this realm, famous or otherwise, that believes in an afterlife. So I'm not an atheist, because I do believe that there is life beyond this physical realm and physical body, meat suit, that once the body dies, the spirit lives on. So I don't know a single atheist that has that belief. So I think a lot of people are hung up on these labels and trying to fit people into little tiny boxes, because most of the masses are simple, and they will do what they said, put a stink on what you were saying, and try to blame Benton for saying this and say, well, Benton's saying this about Bex, or he's saying this or that. And this is what people do that don't care about the truth. They reveal they don't care about what's true. So they'll take what somebody says and immediately try to spin it, put their own destructive spin on it or negative spin on it. And that's what they do, not just on YouTube, but out there in the world. Most people do that all the time.
And while simultaneously offering almost nothing of their own selves creatively, which I would argue is life itself in this realm. And the reality is, I can't confirm any life whatsoever outside of myself. I have no way of knowing. And the reality is, I'm coming to understand that this world is not a living world. This is a world of death. The nature of this place is the nature of death, whereas the nature of what I am is the nature of life. So, yeah, maybe these are human beings around me that have life, but I can't confirm that. There's no way for me to know that. These animals, the grass, the trees, yeah, in nature's enjoyable, but if I view this as a world of death and games of lies, and that nothing that traces its origins to this place will ever escape or move beyond this place, then do those phenomena exist in the spirit of life or the spirit of death? I would say I've started referring to it as animated death or death warmed over. That's actually the level at which, again, the birds of the air, the trees, the grass, yeah, it's got its, it's enjoyable. It's an environment, but so what? It doesn't have the capacity to move beyond this place. What can a tree or the grass offer compared to the majesty of what is going on inside of me? And I think probably, I don't want to speak for you, but, creatively and at the level of logic and reason and human experience, for me to then assume without proof that somebody else has those processes going on, and I don't mean you, I've gotten to where I'm so skeptical, I need proof, right? And so this may sound like I'm insulting Bex. I'm not. What I'm saying is that my only experience of Bex is somebody who will not give me anything that I don't force her to give me, and then she will take whatever I'm dumb enough to let her have, and will never of her own volition just show up and say, hey, here's some love for you, which what is love? Love is a discipline of the mind and to freely give. That's not happened one time in my interactions with her, but Stephen has freely given at times. So, I mean, what am I going to go by? Society's expectations and assumptions, or am I going to go by my own personal experience and my gut and my own spirit, right? And that's been my experience, is that I have not been freely given anything, but I've absolutely been vampirically drained, which was my fault for allowing it to happen. And it's funny, when I sent that link to that Janet Jackson video, what have you done for me lately? There was no response. There was no, well, I'm sorry, but I've been busy or this or that. It's just moving on to the next thing, right? And then probably will bide her time. And then if I'm dumb enough to entertain her vampirism again, then here I am being vampired upon, right? So, I mean, you tell me, is that life or is that death, right? Does that sound like life, laughter, and love, or does that sound like death, demons, and struggle and strife, right? It has to be one of the two categories. Which is it?
I would say death and demons. She doesn't give off life. She uses up what she can, and then she kind of moves along. She's very strategic and manipulative and cold-hearted. That's the way I view her. But I do see what you're saying. I had a live stream the other night talking about life and death, and at the end it got cut off because it was over 12 hours. But I ended up saying that this isn't life. A lot of people assume this is life. They'll say they hate life or life is this. But what if they got outside of this place and looked back on it the way that you wake up and look at a weird dream and say, well, that was weird. That wasn't real. That was messed up. That was fucked up. That was just crazy and strange and nonsense. We might look at this place once the body dies and the spirit leaves, like, what the fuck was that? It isn't 100%. Life. It isn't what people assume. And I've said to people, how would they look at nature if they could confirm it to themselves outside of this whole matrix? if they looked at it and said, actually trees were just ones and zeros, and grass and ponds and rivers and creeks and this and that, vegetables and flowers and earthworms and fish and everything else, if you got out and said, it seemed real, it seemed like natural, but it was an illusion, like the holodeck in Star
Exactly.
Trek. It was just a trick, and we took it as life and living, and it was just ones and zeros. It just seemed very, very real to us at the time.
Yeah, it's a great way to put it. And then I look at what the realm itself perpetuates, and I think about, when people get into spirituality, they might watch a movie like this 7 Years in Tibet with Brad Pitt. And in the movie, they can't even barely build the monastery because the monks insist upon they can't even kill an ant, right? And that's a lie of a symbol of, well, and it's based on, well, you might come back as an ant, so that might be one of your fucking long lost relatives. So we can't build them. It's going to take us 10 times longer to build the monastery because we can't even kill an ant or an earthworm. But to me, that's the realm itself mocking what I am by saying, actually it's letting me know what this place is, that it's not actually alive. And it's almost like it's right there in our faces, and people can't see it.
Yeah, and I would add to that, it's also a control mechanism of fear that, if we kill that ant, that could be us, that could be a relative that's been recycled or reincarnated. I call it recycled, but reincarnated into this system again. And the way that it is people are fear-driven beings for the most part in this place.
Yes.
They live in fear. They live in fear of religion, like God-fearing is I just heard that phrase used recently where somebody said they want a God-fearing man. Well, why would they want a God-fearing man? Because that would be a controlled man that lives in fear. By definition, God-fearing means they live in fear, right? So it's a strange thing for a woman to even want to say, well, I want a God-fearing man. Why would she want a God-fearing man?
Well,
Like that,
I agree. And sorry to cut you off, but in the Bible itself, there's a story, the parable of the talents, where God had supposedly given, a certain number of, endowments to 3 different men. And, one man got 10 talents and one got 5 and one only got 1. And this might not be the exact numbers, but the person who was only given 1 talent, he buried his talent. The Bible implies that it's an amount of money, but I don't think that's what it represents, but it represents some value. He buried his talent in the ground. And when the Lord showed up and was like, hey man, what'd you do with that talent? And the guy says, I know that you're basically a mean, overbearing tyrant of a leader. So I'm so fearful of what you might do to me if I don't safely keep what you've given me, that I buried in the ground. And instead of using it to create and bring forth something new, I hid it away from the world because I'm scared of what you might do to me if I mismanage the resources. Right. And that's exactly what you're describing. So hilariously, again, the mocking nature of the realm, it's right there in these people's book, and they can't even see it. It's in their book. So why wouldn't a demonic realm of death, in their own book, it's mocking them and making fun of it? And their book says, I want to pass it back to you on this. Their book says that I will send the Holy Ghost, and it will teach you all things and bring unto your remembrance, right? And so that means I will be taught how to interpret the fucking scripture for myself, and I've interpreted that parts of it are actually written in a way to mock my own nature. I'm being mocked by the book itself, and then of course I'm able to rise to a level that can see these things. Of course I have those abilities. And if I bury my talents like Christians do, I will never rise to the level of being taught how to discern all of these things for myself. So why wouldn't the system give me a book to say, well, you can't even use this book properly until you rise to a level within yourself to be able to properly even understand the meaning? And that's what it is to be a Christian that goes to church, because they're doing what you're talking about. They're being ruled over by a pastor and an organization and a religion that they allowed to give the meaning. It's like, well, wait a minute. The book itself says that the meaning will be explained to me from within myself. So what are we even doing here? But anyway, I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, they're there to be mocked and called sheep. I remember in church, the priest saying that you are the sheep, and the ones in the aisles, the pews at Christmas midnight mass would just take it. I remember as a child thinking, well, how can these adult men enjoy being called sheep and mocked and put down? And in the Bible, there's the whole book of Job where God is shitting on Job and mocking and testing and tormenting and allowing it all to happen. And it's all just a game. And people read that and they don't want to become Job. They don't want that to happen to them. They do live in fear of their so-called God, which I would argue is a demon, is a demonic being that gets off and jerks off on their suffering. I had a video on YouTube of God sadistically enjoying the torture of people and just jerking off and moaning and stuff, but YouTube removed it from my channel. I think they called it pornography or it was against community guidelines or something, but it wasn't like, it was all moaning and stuff like that once in a while, but then it would talk about torture and things. But anyway, this was a while ago, and I think that was one of my, well, I won't say my best videos, but it shows what is going on. I don't know if you've heard of this YouTuber, but it relates to this. There's a guy named Tony Sayers. He starts off his videos saying that he's there to hand out more shit sandwiches to his audience, and he laughs. He's telling them, I'm feeding you shit sandwiches, and he's laughing, enjoying it with a big shit-eating smile on his face, big grin, saying, here, you're back for more shit sandwiches, and then he makes money off his channel. So he's selling them, in reality, if his audience would stop to think about it, he's selling them shit sandwiches, mocking them, saying, you're here for more shit, to eat more shit, and I'm selling it to you. You're going to give me money to eat these shit sandwiches that I'm handing out. And if that isn't as clear as day, I mean, they don't get it. It's right. It's just whoosh right over their heads, and they miss the point that the guy's feeding them shit sandwiches and laughing and mocking them. And that's like the Bible, and that's like religion, and that's like the government. It all ties in with all this stuff. They're saying, hey, eat these shit sandwiches, and he makes a living off YouTube. It's all he does. YouTube and also selling chakra removal and his courses and all this stuff advertised through his YouTube channel. So,
well, and that shows you what this place rewards. It shows you what this place chooses to reward is behavior like that. Meanwhile, again, if the Bible says that God is love, is God capable of doing half that shit from the Bible that is attributed to God? Well, not if God is love. So if God is love, the things in the Bible that it says, well, God did this and God did that. Well, if it aligns, if it's anything other than loving, then that's not possible, because God can't be love and destroy the wicked in that way, as in a torturous,
But that's
even the idea
system, in a way. Sorry for interrupting, but that's a perfect system for how to mind control the masses, to instill cognitive dissonance, where they're like, God does this brutal shit, but God loves us. God is love. And he does all this, and they try to make it make sense. They do mental gymnastics for years, a lot of believers, and it just fucks their minds.
Yeah, the thing that loves you the most has the highest capacity to do the most damage to you. Like, how is that possible? It doesn't even make sense.
We have to fear it because it loves us, and it will cast us into hell, and it will torment us or allow us to be tormented. But we're his children, but it allows this realm to be ruled by what they call Satan or the devil, given dominion over this realm. It says in the Bible that this was given to Satan, basically, or the devil, to rule. So God allows his children to be in a realm ruled by evil, and it says in the Bible that God created good and evil, darkness and light, and that God created all things. So God created the evil that does rule this realm and torments us, but God loves his children, right? It doesn't add up at all whatsoever, but people do the mental gymnastics and they get mind fucked, just like any cult followers, whether it's Scientology, Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormonism, or Catholicism. It's all the same. Buddhism, Muslims, Islam, Hindus. It's all mainstream religion, all big and small.
It's all demonic.
It's all demonic, and it's all cults, and it's all brainwashing. It all relies on cognitive dissonance, and it just mind fucks you into being in a state of being a powerless, fearful slave, which is exactly what they want.
Well, and it's what they have, and I want to be specific. This world of death. When I say they, I mean this actual and this system of things. So, you know, I've come to these conclusions recently, like Americans are authoritarians because you can't have an authoritarian government without an authoritarian populace. So it's not the authoritarian government that's a problem. It's that the people, just like the shit sandwiches, people unfortunately respond favorably to being bossed around and told what to do. And that is the quality of an authoritarian, because like we saw with the pandemic, the people who want to be bossed around and told what to do are happy when they feel authorized to tell you what to do. They then turn into a tyrannical authoritarian immediately. So they are authoritarians. So when I walk around the streets of Los Angeles in a little while, the reality is almost everybody I encounter is an authoritarian based on their own behavior. And this entire country is that way. It's sad, man.
Absolutely.
It's sick.
Absolutely. And during 2020, they would yell at me to get out of the stores for not being masked up. And they turn into they reveal that they're already inside authoritarian little tyrants, little Karens that say, "Where's your mask? Put your mask on." He's not wearing one. And they just revealed what was already there. Essentially, it was psychologically there, and that just brings it out into the open when there's an event like that where they really have an excuse to just go hog wild in a sense and be totally transparent and authoritarian and try to order people around. They live for that. These Karens,
oh, absolutely.
They love it. They love it. I mean, that for them, that's like a thrill of their life, trying to tell somebody else what to do, what not to do, what they're supposed to do, quote unquote, supposed to do, and everything else. And people in the South don't realize that Canada was different in 2020. It wasn't like Florida, like some of these big talkers that say they didn't wear it. Well, they lived in fucking Florida. Of course, they weren't forced to do anything. Here, they were arresting people, putting handcuffs in, forcibly injecting people. There was shit they were doing in this country that people that live in Florida in a little bubble somewhere, like Drew from Chalk Body, nobody forced them to do shit in that red state of southern state of Florida. It was all by choice, whoever wore a mask and did anything there. Here, you couldn't even travel and go into a building, and they would just arrest you if people hauled out, tackled, tased. Sometimes it's not worth it. So some of us did put a temporary mask on with a message that was saying this is tyranny, or there was always a message on it, just to be able to take a taxi, for example. They wouldn't open the doors if you had to travel here and you didn't have a vehicle, or you don't drive, or if you lost your license, whatever the circumstances people were in. There were situations here where you couldn't go to the doctor for any reason. It didn't have to necessarily have to do with the flu bug. You might have to go to the doctor for a cardiologist. You have heart problems. These idiots in states where nothing was forced upon them can't fathom living somewhere that was entirely different, that was more like East Germany with the Russians controlling it. They can't fathom living in a situation like that because they're comfy on the internet in a red state like Florida, saying, well, look at, why would they do? I didn't get jabbed or get any boosters, but I couldn't even go into restaurants because you'd have to show proof on your phone with a fucking code showing that you had 2 of those plus the boosters to get a seat at a fucking restaurant. You'd get turned down at the door. So it wasn't that way in Florida, but it was that way in Canada. So some of these idiots talking years later still don't know what it was like in other places. They're ignorant. And that's the internet, and that's YouTube, and that's most truthers are absolute liars and ignorant fools that talk about things. If he was living in Canada, he would have no choice basically to stay in his home because he wouldn't be able to go out and get groceries or do anything either unmasked. It wasn't like Florida. And I know they like to talk tough there when nobody was kicking them out. But when you have 50 people yelling and screaming at you in a grocery store, get the fuck out and charging you, it's a different situation because you're the one there with one in the entire store without a face shield and a mask on. You stand out like a sore thumb, obviously. So it's a different situation in different places. Again, I didn't get jabbed up, and Drew will lie and say, "Oh, I know you did," and they just lie. That's what I noticed early on about the panelverse and so-called truthers. They're some of the biggest liars around and smear campaigners and ones that slander and lie and do things like that. The average normie on the street, I could find probably on my street more honest people that are normies, that are not truthers, that would speak more honestly than what people on YouTube do for the most part overall. A lot on here are absolute liars. They're quick to lie about people because they want to boost themselves and their channels up. And they want people to say, oh, well, don't go to that guy's channel. He's this or that. And that's what they do. There's been a concerted smear campaign effort against me for years. And I'm not crying about it. Bring it on. I'll take, as I have been, taking them all on, dozens of these channels. And it doesn't bother me if I'm the most hated one now and in the future on YouTube. If the Sanity Machine channel is remembered as the most hated, so be it. I know what I did. And I know what I put out, and it wasn't for money. It wasn't influenced by money. It wasn't me trying to get buddy with anyone or doing any of the stuff that the demon games that they play, like Baxter Large, the politicking. She'll use a channel like she did mine to talk for months and then go and slander me for years. She slandered me now for several years. And people have to realize this. That's what they do. When they use you up, then they'll go to other channels and they'll speak somewhere else and use them up, and then she'll be bashing them eventually behind their backs when there's a falling out or a disagreement, or once she's no longer welcome there, she'll change her tune about them. And that's the pattern there is in the panelverse. Beyond Bex, there are a lot like that, channel hoppers. There's no loyalty and honor and integrity with these people. I'd rather be hated than being loved for what I'm not. And I'm nobody's ass kisser. I'm not somebody that goes around kissing any asses. I just go on channels and say what I think. And a lot of them now ban me saying you've got a reputation, which is pure ignorance to judge someone without even knowing who and what they are. Just, oh, well, I heard from Jack Talcott that you're this way, or I heard from Paul the Slave or this channel or this one. And they'll just ban me saying, well, you're not welcome here. And it's like, well, you don't even know who the fuck I am. You all you have is hearsay and reputation. And people have said that I'm a criminal. They've said that I'm poor, that I live in an insane asylum, that all kinds of stuff. I let people, in a sense, in a way, I let them tell these stories and gossip because there's no point in me wasting my energy anyways to correct the record on that sort of stuff, because I realize zombies in this realm are going to believe and repeat whatever they hear anyway. It's not worth my time and energy trying to say, no, I don't live in an asylum. In fact, I've joked about it on my show saying I live in the penthouse of an asylum and I'm allowed guns and knives and swords and some of it on my channel. They allow me all this stuff in this asylum, right? Like I'm running the place where I can show these big knives in my videos, and I'm allowed weapons and whatever I want. I'm allowed to have whatever, because it's just ridiculous. But that's what they reveal what they are. And I would say most truthers are some of the biggest liars I've ever met anywhere. And I've been on YouTube since the beginning. So I've been paying attention a long time. And most of them are not honest. If they're not honest about me, the lies they tell about me, why would people believe them on their channels when they're telling you about this realm? If they lie about me, who's to say that they're not going to lie about all the other stuff they talk about on their channels, whether it's Drew, the Machine Lies, Baxter Large, Paul the Slave, whoever. If they're lying about me, Flow State, whoever, if they're lying about me, then how can you trust anything they say? If they're saying King Stephen doesn't have a license, he's poor, he lives in an asylum, he's this, he's that, he's this, he's that, he's schizophrenic, he's this, he's that, then how can you trust them on anything?
Well, absolutely. And then, anybody, even somebody that sounds like me with a Southern accent, and, that is, for English speakers, that's, if you want to make fun of a dumb person, not you, but if anybody wants to make fun of a dumb person, they imitate the way I talk, right? Not me individually, just the accent of the region where I'm from. So
Yes.
in my life, I accept the fact that anybody that exhibits logic and reason and critical thinking, regardless of their tone of voice or how they present or their choices in life, because they have logic and reason and critical thinking skills, you are able to make a point. So the lack of integrity is where, and this happens to me a lot in the past, where I'm treated as if there's no possibility that I can make a valid point. But it's like, well, wait a minute. I'm exhibiting all of this logic and reason and critical thinking skills. And then these truthers that you're talking about, when I do have a conversation with them, unless they're trying to vampirically drain me and they're blowing smoke up my ass, they will not concede a point to me unless I happen to be playing into whatever their agenda is. And they do prove themselves to be what I've taken to call cis-agents or cis-agents of the system. Whether that's their intent or not is immaterial. That's I would say most of humanity at this point is functioning at the level of agents of the system. Now, I do want to line some of the ideas I just heard. I want to line them up with the Bible real quick, which is, and again, Jesus in the Bible would have only been able to speak in a certain context because they did in the story. Again, I don't know if this happened or not. Does it even matter? But in the story, he was executed by the powers that be for sedition or speaking out against the government, is what that is. That was why he was put to death in the story of the Bible. But so he would have had to phrase things in a master slave, like he wouldn't have been free to speak outside of a certain context, or he would have been punished and put to death. But Jesus said, the servant is not greater than the master. And so if he's the teacher to the disciples, he said, you see what they've done to me. What do you think they're going to do to you? Which means you've seen the capacity for humanity to treat a representation of love and tolerance and acceptance in Jesus, and you see how this world treated that. What do you think they're going to do to you? Meaning me or you or anybody else who's actually going to live based on independent principles and say, well, realistically, we don't want to participate in this because I can't fully participate in this society and express my own nature, right? So if my nature is one with love and creation and the source of life, and I've asserted that it is, then this world will only ever attack and mock and ridicule that. So what I would say is the fact that you are attacked so strongly, so consistently, isn't that evidence of what you may very well represent, even though your manner, much like my accent, the way in which you perform is what's critiqued and criticized, not the ideas. That, to me, is the key point.
Yes. Well, and it shows they can't debunk my ideas, my theories, my model, or they go after that and make hour-long videos debunking me, and there's none that exist. You can search YouTube. There's not one that says, here's King Stephen's model for reality for this realm. Here's what he sums it up. And I've said, I don't report channels. You can record. I encourage people to record my words, word for word, record from my content, then pause and respond, debunk. If you have ways to debunk me, nobody's attempted it. They'll talk about my looks. They'll say his weight, the shirt, as Voy was doing earlier, what guy wears a shirt like that. This is the common. They reveal what they are. The rabble always reveals what they are. They have no arguments. All they can talk about is superficial stuff, looks, clothing, whatever, money. They have no arguments against my ideas, my theories, my model for reality. They have nothing to debunk me. Otherwise, they'd be doing it over the years.
Yeah.
There'd be a dozen videos. There's hundreds of videos about me, dude. Hundreds. There's whole
Oh, I
channels
know.
about me.
Well,
But
and
none of them
yeah.
address my ideas. None. Not one.
Well, and here's why is because in order to achieve that, they would have to develop themselves. They would have to develop their own critical thinking skills. They would have to spend much of the day deep in thought. And I spend much of every day for years deep in thought within myself. And I suspect that is some version of that for King Stephen. And I'm actually foolish enough. I go out into the streets of Los Angeles from time to time, and I have this very loud voice. I deliver these booming diatribes, and every once in a while, one of these guys or gals, they get enough of a gumption to try to get me to stop talking. And I say, listen, you can get me to stop talking, but you're not going to be able to do it unless you can exhibit a superior logic and a superior ability to access critical thinking. And I say, you know what? It's a really bad sign for Los Angeles that I'm here talking the way I talk and sounding the way I sound, and you folks can't even access whatever you might need to access to battle me at the level of logic and reason and critical thinking. And I said, listen, I'll take the critical thinking Pepsi challenge of the week with any of you folks, any day of the week. But see, what they want to do is accuse and ask questions, right? Do this rhetorical version of, well, what about this? What about that? And I'm like, I don't know. Why don't you tell me about it? Why don't I listen to you talk about it, or them? Why don't I listen to them talk about it for 30 minutes? Let me listen intently, take some notes, and then let me respond. They can't take the heat of that. They don't, because they don't have an incentive. This demonic world cannot incentivize them, because this demonic world is based on business transactions. And these people, a lot of them they make a good salary in order to live in Los Angeles. They have high levels of education. A lot of them come from what's considered proper, prominent families. But in order to exist in those worlds, they can't have too high of a capacity for independent thought, or they're no longer going to be able to fit into society. So if and I don't want to speak for Stephen, but if Stephen has a luxury of having access to resources, that probably insulates him in some ways from having to fucking freely mix with the rabble. And for me, how am I ever going to go into this world? I've actually developed myself beyond the ability to fit in. I'm no longer capable of it. Meanwhile, I tried to fit in at the level of employment and had a wife and a mortgage and all of these things, and I still couldn't do it. So at age 50, if it was possible for me to make something of myself in the view of America, which only measures in money, if we can't quantify it in dollars, it may as well not exist. Well, I can never meet that standard. Meanwhile, I'm surrounded by people, 99% of whom will never meet my standard for logic and reason and critical thinking. And I'm pretty sure Stephen's smart enough to realize that my standard ain't that high. It's good enough, but it's, there's levels beyond what I'm accessing with logic and reason. So that shows you the development of your average person when it comes to, once we remove the carrot and the stick of money and status quo and social contract and peer groups, if we're expected to utilize intelligence and spirit and gumption and intellectual integrity or pseudo-intellectual integrity, if there's not something directly in it for them at the level of reward, they can't develop to my level. See, it's simply not possible for them. So unless I'm dumb enough to play into their hand and let them, and when I'm speaking intelligently, to be quiet and let them ask me questions, when I know they're never going to spend 30 minutes breaking down reality for me, then I would be a fool to entertain their notions whatsoever. They at least need to prove to me that they can operate at my level or above it, and they can't, because there's no incentive there, because they're vampires, they're demonic vampires, and that has never been on the menu for them to drain me or to drain the people around them. Meanwhile, I want to pass it back to you on this. There's nobody in the present environment that's getting ahead financially that's doing it outside of illegal, immoral, and or unethical means. So part of being a human in this society and expected to earn a living and be, quote, successful is to be gaslit as if it's a proper society, and the people who are getting ahead have done it through hard work. Not once in all of human history has anybody hard worked themselves into actual riches. It's never happened because it's not possible. And then, so it's this idea of, well, there's no achievement unless we measure it in money. And I'm here to say bullshit, because money is of the nature of this world. It's dead anyway. That's this is what the Christians don't understand, is they think they're supposed to pay taxes. Listen to this. The church doesn't pay taxes. And then this is a shit sandwich. This is what you were talking about with the cult leader and the shit sandwiches. The cult leader says, hey, come sit in the church pews, but the church doesn't pay taxes. But because Saul of Tarsus claims to have had a transformative experience of Christ on the road to Damascus, well, and he wrote the book of Romans, which says, basically render unto Caesar, then we're going to need y'all to pay taxes. Meanwhile, the church itself doesn't pay taxes. How could that ever be proper? It doesn't even make sense on the face of it. And that's what I mean by my level of logic and reason, that, let's be honest, is not even that high of a level. It's just far beyond what these bozos can figure out.
Yes. I would say there's a lot in there, but I don't view money as success, but that's what the rabble view it as. So if I say I'm successful, they immediately think money. Just like if I say I'm independently wealthy, they'll change it to Steven says he's a millionaire. And all I said was I'm independently wealthy. I could also say that I'm retired. I'm not 60 years old. I won't say my age, but I'm retired. So I don't have to work for the rest of my life, and I have money coming in, and I'm financially fine. To me, that's good enough. But for them, they imagine all these sorts of things like, hey, he's saying this, and they change my words into something else.
And real quick, let me jump in real quick, because see, and I know why they're doing this is because, again, they don't have access to abundance and love within themselves, so they can only ever experience what you're saying as it's a reinforcing. It's not that you have something, because that's not possible in their world. It's that you saying that, it then reminds them that they lack what you're speaking on. So it's actually this inverted world that promotes itself as a world of abundance. It's actually the lack of abundance. And so that you're claiming wealth and success, it reminds them that they only have access to what is considered wealth and success if they behave like good little slaves, which means inside of themselves, they actually are experiencing a lack of success, and left to their own devices, they are not able to become successful. So if you show and prove any measure of success, it's back to the jealousy and envy. And what's the jealousy and envy based on is that they, in their internal spaces, energetically, they know that their experience of wealth and abundance and affluence is actually a backwards rationalization based on the lack of those traits.
Yes. So it does boil down to their own insecurity and their envy and jealousy and lack. They're lacking rather than what I actually have or what they imagine that I actually have. It's all within them. It's like a battle within themselves. But when you said about, I probably can insulate myself from the rabble, that is true. I don't have to go to grocery stores. I can have everything delivered, not just groceries, but anything that I need or desire. And I really am not that materialistic. I like art supplies. I like collecting certain things, like knives, for example, weapons. I do collect certain things like that, and I will spend money, but it's not about the money. It's kind of about the beauty of having it, holding it, admiring it, the art of it, the construction, the engineering, the design, things like that. It's not a matter of, oh, look how much I spent on this sword, or look how much this brand. It's not that. It's different than that. When I collect these things, and
so
it's also go ahead.
Well, and so they're only interfacing with this based on what they believe, how they would function, which is their reason to have the object is what attention could they get from other people. They don't care about the object. It's what what will other people think of them as a result? They're seeking to fill a void within themselves. Whereas what is represented when you buy art supplies is because you want to create something. If you enjoy a particular object, it was created with an artist had a creative ability, and that's why I've recently been talking about the power and force of love and creation. So these beings who only understand love from the lack of love, they only understand creative ability from the lack of creative ability. Well, they know inherently that they can't bring forth anything based on love and creation. They lack that ability, but they can temporarily fill a void, especially through how other people view them. And that's why people want a lot of these expensive cars and a certain type of clothing and a certain brand. And it's not the brand that they like, it's the brand that other people say is cool, which again, that's to be a slave, and that's to be dictated to, and that's to prove themselves authoritarians, because they're letting something outside of themselves dictate to them what has value. Whereas what Stephen is talking about is he will access his own creative force and he will make something new, and in that process he will potentially admire certain other artists and creations of his own choice. And my version of that is I like to look at street art and visual art and graffiti art. So part of me enjoying Los Angeles is I walk around and I see what I consider to be artistic graffiti pieces. Now to some people that's just trash, but you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, as they say, right? And if it's going to be on the wall anyway, why shouldn't I come appreciate it? But I can't ever get points for that. There's no version of, now other people think I'm cool because I know how to appreciate this particular mural on the wall. You see, same thing with whichever, out of 1,000 different knives, whichever knife Stephen likes, that's a particular choice, and that's something based on another human being with love and creative force gave it to you, versus this realm, again, of business transactions that says, well, this is the brand of handbag to have, this is the brand of shoes, and this is a type of automobile. And all they care about is, can they get attention? And again, they don't know what love is. So can they receive this proxy perverted version of what they might think love is, because they have somehow been rewarded for serving a demonic system of evil? They've been rewarded for serving evil sufficient enough as to have the resources to engage in that level of consumerism. And this is where the nuance comes in, is that it kind of looks like the same thing at first glance from what you're describing to what I'm describing, but it's not the same thing at all. And I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I could give an example. Recently, in the past couple of weeks, I bought a new dagger. I have a few daggers already from different companies, or different. Some were handmade in different countries, but this one I haven't shown it on the internet. I haven't made a video. Nobody's seen it, but I've been enjoying holding it, looking at it. The design of it is very different from the other daggers that I have. The weight of it, the handle material, the way it feels in the hand. I enjoy just the tactile experience, the aesthetics, the beauty, the engineering, the weapon. Like, there's a lot of aspects to it that I get enjoyment out of, whether I ever share it or show it to anybody, or as they would do, show it off. I don't show it off.
Yep.
Show it off. I don't feel the need to be showy, to have to show off everything. Some of them have said, why don't you show your cars? Why don't you show your place? I don't feel the need to show that. I don't feel the need to expose my girlfriend to this, and they'll say his girlfriend's invisible. There's no benefit to showing my girlfriend to a Bextra Large to open my girlfriend up to the attacks of the internet. There's no benefit to that. It's all risk with no reward, and it's pointless. I don't have anything to prove, which is why for years, I've been in a relationship for years before anybody knew me on YouTube. I don't need to show off my girlfriend. I don't need to prove myself to demons. All right. I'm very secure within myself.
Yeah.
And as for the rabble aspect, I do try to get everything I can without having to interact with them very much. And I've admitted to that. And I think that does bother people on the internet because they'll say, oh, I love going to the grocery store. He doesn't go out. They'll twist it and say, well, Steven's a hermit. He just lives in his room or in bed, or he lives in his place. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't go out. Meanwhile, there's videos of me going out hiking for miles, hour-long videos of me hiking. Like, I do go out, but I don't have to go in a grocery store and do my shopping myself, and I can pay someone to do that and deliver. And it shows me the driver or the shopper and the driver. And if they're Muslim, I mean, there's been times I've ordered 20 packs of bacon just because it was a Muslim doing my shopping for me. I mean, I do have that, you know, the Joker part of me that just, you know, I admit to that. I've admitted to it on my channel. I'll order pork loin roasts and just like all of a sudden you can add to the order, and the guy's probably going, what the fuck, how come there's all these bags of pork all of a sudden being added on that he has to handle like bacon? They're not supposed to touch it. So I don't know whether they put on gloves or what, but I find it hilarious because if they're going to live in this country and work in this country and their name's Muhammad, then they're going to get all of a sudden 12 packages of bacon and pork chops and pork loin roasts. And maybe I didn't have that in my order at all, but all of a sudden there's $200 or more just of pork added onto my order. As he's shopping, it gets added. You can add stuff while the shopping's going on, and all of a sudden it pops up on their screen. And they're probably going, what the fuck? This guy's all of a sudden ordering all this pork out of the blue. And I just find it funny, you know. I don't have to. It's not just groceries. I can get whatever I want. I can get joints of marijuana in Canada hand delivered to me to my door and pay at my door, and it's legal. And this bothers the rabble on YouTube because they can't afford anything, and they're living in lack, and they're jealous and envious, thinking, well, he can do that. He thinks he's this. He calls himself a king. They get into this hateful mindset, which hurts them. It doesn't hurt me. Like, they're burning with rage and hatred. They're making themselves sick as I'm laughing, living my life. And there's ones that make videos about me, like Callie. I don't know if you remember her character. Is still talking about me. She's now living in a tiny house on somebody's property. It looks like a shed that he built for her. And she's still talking about me every time she goes live. And she hasn't been part of my channel since last year.
Well, there's a word for that, and that's called a mooch. Because the reality is, like what you're talking about, I don't have to live in a car, but what would I do? I would probably end up meeting some woman and stealing her resources. It's not like I can't meet somebody and go live in their apartment with them, but I'm not a mooch, so I'm not going to do that. Now back to the Muslim thing, you know, it is funny, but you're proving that they lack the courage of their convictions, because as soon as it comes down to the almighty dollar, all of this stay away from pork stuff goes out the window. You know, when they got bills to pay and they're not supposed to touch pork, the next thing you know, they're touching pork.
They'll do it if you pay them. But it's beyond the Muslims. These creatures in the chat, and no offense to you it being your audience, but I could pay them to do anything and they would do my bidding. Most people don't have principles and morals and ethics. They don't have standards. Most of them could be paid to do anything, and they would view me as evil, saying, well, you put the money in front of them. No, but they made the choice to do it. Just like I could pay a homeless bum to go fight someone else or go do something if I wanted to have fun doing that. They knowing ahead of time, it's not a guess. It's not me saying, I wonder if they would do it. It's a knowing, with the right amount of money, most people will do whatever. They don't have anything within them. They just like they'll go along with a scamdemic or whatever the government says. It's the same sort of thing with a bit of monetary incentive. They'll do anything. And Joe Moore in the chat, I could probably pay him to do things that on here he would say is disgusting. But if he was desperate, he would fucking do it. Just like women will go to Dubai or wherever, and they'll get shit on by these rich sheiks, Arabs that will shit on them, and they'll fly them there and give them 20 grand or 25,000 US or whatever to go do that. And they will go get humiliated, sexually degraded. And these people in the chat room are really, I don't see them as any different. I think that there's just a price, and they would do whatever.
Well, and I'll speak to that outside of the context of Joe Moore because we enjoy his company over here, but I'm only speaking for myself on that regard. But see, what I've realized, it took me a long time to figure out that a lot of these people who, if I'm dumb enough to internalize these spiritual attacks, that it invariably the person who's spiritually attacking me in the physical realm is somebody that probably earns their money serving something like what you're talking about, whether it's somebody on OnlyFans or just whatever these people are doing to get money. And because yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, but most of their daily lives is humiliation. It's
I
not just
agree.
the
Yeah.
extreme scenarios where I'm saying they would take 20 grand to let some
Yeah.
Arab squat and shit on their chest, which women do. This is
Yeah.
known in Saudi Arabia, or to get pissed on by a group of Arabs and all
Yeah.
this sort of stuff. It's not just having normal sex with them. It's
Sure. Yeah.
prostitute. It's degradation and humiliation.
Yes.
But most of these people in the chat and most of the people in the realm beyond this, I'm not doing it to isolate your chat or to pick on them. Most people in society, in American society, Western society, Eastern, wherever, are humiliated day by day as slaves to earn money, to earn shekels. And
Yeah.
they don't really have any standards or principles where they say, okay, I draw the line here. I'm not doing this for money. I'm not going to do this. Most of them won't ever draw a line. And there's always a certain amount where they'll do it to get food, and they'll put down people that have more than they do or live in ways, and they reveal their weakness by making comments about someone they know nothing about, like sounds like a glorified Sam's Club member. Well, really, I don't think they deliver weed at Sam's Club or deliver, $1,000 knife to your door or whatever you want. It doesn't really sound like Sam's Club, but they misrepresent, and they're right off the bat. This is the reaction of the rabble. They do stuff like this. They try to paint someone or misrepresent them in a certain way, or it's all empty jokes.
Because their life is perfect. They're only ever going to portray their life as perfect. Meanwhile, most days when I start these streams, I talk about how I'm in the back seat of a Nissan Versa parked on the streets of Los Angeles, and I slept in it, right? Because who cares? It's not it's not necessarily an overall preference. It is what it is, but I'm in no way interested in promoting a false image of my life. And in fact, what I've come to realize recently is that when children are born in this country, and I'm only going to talk about America, but in America, what happens is that the child is born, in my opinion, spiritually perfected and innocent, and then the parents sacrifice the child to Moloch, which is a demonic, pagan. I don't have to tell you what that is, but not everybody knows, but it's a representation of industrial and post-industrial society. So the very system of business and employment and government and so-called earthly, worldly, dead authority, what that adds up to is that because their parents go and sign them up for birth certificates and social security cards and all of these things, and then send them off to school, generally public school, and they're indoctrinated into how to serve these corporations to make these rich people richer. And that's actually symbolically, it's to take something that when it came out of its mother's womb, I would argue is representative of spiritual perfection and innocence, and that's blessing itself. And then this realm, after the sacrifice is made to Moloch, the symbolic sacrifice, it's then to get the individual to treat their blessing and what I would argue is their birthright within the context of this delusory realm and illusory realm, is to treat it as if it was a curse. Again, why? Of course, that's what the inverted world does, because this world of death, in my view, lacks all of these positive characteristics that are symbolically, it is symbolized in the innocence and spiritual perfection of a newborn baby. And how sick and twisted this place is that effectively all of the individuals here have been through that process of indoctrination and mind control and the humiliation rituals, myself included, being humiliated by those systems of employment and education. and brainwashing and mind control. And then here's the thing is to come out the other end of that, as I've chosen to do, and perhaps you've chosen to do, and I don't want to speak to your experience, but in the ways I've chosen to come out the other end of it, not only am I not rewarded externally within this demonic realm, I'm actually punished. So what I've figured out is this world and the people in this world are so gaslit that when they conform to society's standards, they believe that they're treated with love and tolerance and acceptance. It's not the case. What happens is when people don't conform to the status quo, when they don't uphold the social contracts within their peer groups, what happens is the realm and the people in the realm blast them with fear, guilt, and shame. And that if they then get back in line and they start conforming to society again, then the most of the fear, guilt, and shame is temporarily it's removed, so that what's left in the breach feels like love and acceptance. And that leads to a condition where people simply don't know what love is. They don't know what tolerance is, and they don't know what acceptance is, because they experience love as the lack of being attacked with fear, guilt, and shame. They experience acceptance as not being attacked with fear, guilt, and shame. And see, and that's backwards or inverted. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So is the realm. The realm is designed exactly that way, as you said, to be backwards and inverted. And I get what you're saying, but my goal would be to become strong enough, and I do feel that I am this way, where I don't need acceptance, approval, and if there's mockery, hatred, it just strengthens me and shows, oh, I'm on the right path. The masses hate me. The rabble hates me. It's worn with a badge of honor. It's worn with a smile. And I just say, bring it on. And I do encourage them. I do rile them up. And I admit to all of this. I do go over the top at times, stir things up, and try to get them to hate me even more, because it's fun for me. It just becomes fun, where I don't think there is a way of reaching them anyway. Some people would say, why do you do that, Stephen? You rile them up, or you wind them up, or you get them to take the piss, or as the Brits say, or different things. I do, but it's fun. I don't assume that I can reach these people, because their first instinct is to mock and be jealous, as you can see right in the chat. But you can see this as I'm a guest anywhere on any chat. It's not just here. It's all over the internet.
Oh, they do it to me. Hey, they do it to me so much that I did a second unplanned stream yesterday. And what you just spoke on was the theme of yesterday's second stream, which is they also do all of that to me. They just do it in a different way. So it was me. So the reason why I did the stream yesterday was it was sort of calling them out for their own bad behavior, because since a lot of these folks don't understand what love is, I basically challenged them at the level of, hey, how come I'm never complimented? How come, I'm not praised for my efforts? Why? But then, and it was around the like button. It was like, I understand that folks don't necessarily have money to donate, and that's okay. But even what costs them nothing, because they've been so indoctrinated by this world. I'm not making excuses for them. This is just my understanding of the psychological mechanisms. It's not a get out of jail free pass. It's this is how it functions psychologically, in my view. But see, they view the clicking of the like button as a resource that they're going to withhold at a default level. And then if I somehow manage to please them well enough, they might consider clicking it. And so finally, I allowed myself to become sort of just worked up about it, not in an angry way necessarily, but just as a sort of like, wow, they really are this way. And it was like, hey, how about I get some flowers every now and again? How about y'all give me a little bit of a compliment if I've earned it every once in a while? Meanwhile, what does it say about people when it's free to click a like button, and they won't even do that because they see the power and the currency and withholding it, and then maybe they will give it? And I'll tell you how I figured it out, because I do have some of these authoritarian characteristics, unfortunately, as a function of my personality, not being trained that way. It's just who I am as a person to some degree. I hate to say it, but it's true. So I, at times, have said, listen, there's however many people listening. and there's only 3 or 4 likes. And I said, I'm not going to continue the stream until we have at least 10 likes. So it finally got to 10 likes. I continued the discourse. And then by the end of the stream, we had 18 likes. Well, as soon as it became clear that the stream was going to be ending shortly, you know what happened? At least 3 people took their likes back. So it went from 18 to 15 in one fell swoop. And I realized, hey, wait a minute, they were gaming the system. They were willing to click the link. They were willing to click the like if I gave them something, and I withheld. See, I said, okay, I'm not going to continue the stream until y'all do what I'm asking. So they were withholding the likes. They gave the likes, but then after it was obvious that the stream was about to end, they took their like back. That's the type of people we're talking about here. Now, it's not everybody, but it's a lot of them. I wouldn't even, Stephen, that would not occur to me to do that. It wouldn't even occur to me to behave that way.
I've never done that.
Insane.
I never thought of it. Yeah,
it's insane.
But I've experienced the same thing that you just described on my channel.
It's insane.
I've actually paused my stream and played music and put a banner up saying the stream will resume when the likes have gone up, because there's been like 30 people tuned in or 35, and there's like 12 likes or 15. It's over half the audience at least that hasn't liked it, and it's been live for a while, and it's just annoying. It's like, for me, it's a laziness. It's like, are you too lazy? Because I don't respect laziness at all, not just on YouTube, but whatsoever, like lazy-mindedness especially. But it takes half a second to move their mouse or on their phone to click their finger on something. And it's like, if you're enjoying my stream or my channel, even if you're not enjoying what I'm speaking about or agreeing with me at the moment, can you just support the channel for the fact that I'm spending my energy to do this day in, day out? Click like for that reason. It doesn't mean you like what I'm saying in the moment. It means that you're supporting something that's free content. I'm not making money. I'm not asking for anything. It's free. It's free to hit the like button, and you're too lazy to do that. That's the part that bothered me, was the laziness. Like, how lazy could you be not to move your finger that much? But it's beyond laziness. I agree with what you're saying. It's them trying to use you, like, oh, okay, well, I'll hit it for this reason, and then I'll remove my like if he's. Yeah, that's just so petty. That's really petty of them, and it's so strange.
Well, and they've turned the withholding of a thing that could be freely given, they've transformed that into a currency that they view as having a value. It's so the value is not in giving you something. The value is in withholding of something that could be given to you. And so what I did was I took that form and I made a stream, and I called it, this was yesterday's second stream. I said, this world cannot value that which is freely given. Because this world is inverted, and it's based on its understanding of value is based on the lacking of these characteristics. I'm sure you haven't. And I don't want this to seem competitive, because the fact is, half of what I'm talking about, I figured out from listening to your streams. Like, this is, seriously, I'm not even kidding. Like, I take ideas from other people, and over time it percolates in my head, and then it starts to sound like I'm saying something that I'm claiming ownership over. I'm not. So I understand I'm doing some version of preaching to the choir, but so rarely do I have a conversation with somebody who gets it, right? And maybe that's the same for you, I don't know, but it's sort of, then I get excited. So that's where, I'm speaking energetically.
Same for me. A lot don't get it on here. I've said openly on my channel, if I put a price tag on this channel and on my streams, which I don't need to do and I'm not planning on doing, people would value it more if it was members only, join the membership club, pay money, because they see money, a price tag is value. They think it's valuable if he's charging. But Steven's channel is free, or all of it. I have multiple up right now. They're free, and they always have been, all of my channels. So they say, psychologically, I think they believe it must not be worth as much as these channels that will charge. OTW has a $300 a month membership level. Right? Yeah, $300 a month. US, I think it is. Maybe it's Canadian, but $300 a month. Eric Dubé's Flat Earth channel goes up to $150 a month. I mean, that's a big bill. That's like a phone bill, or more than a phone bill even. For some people, that might be not a water bill, an electric bill, or some kind of cable bill, TV bill, whatever bill.
Car
That
insurance.
is a bill a month, right? Yeah, that'd be car insurance. And they're paying that every month for what? But the perception is psychologically, and this is why I relate to what you're saying too, is psychologically they assume in their mind, without even saying it, it must be valuable truth because they're able to ask this much money for it. And it's all a perception game.
Yes, because this world only measures in money. So the fact that I'm on here living in a car without a job and I'm not paid very well for doing this channel, and people are free to donate. I've always accepted donations and never cared when anybody thought about that. But the reality is I was getting pretty generous donations last year, but I happened to be preaching a version of my own spiritual understanding that it more closely aligned with a lot of the Christians' understanding of Jesus and the Bible. So what happened is, as I continued to evolve those ideas, they diverted far enough from traditional Christianity that most of those folks no longer listen to my channel. And then that was most of the people who gave the generous donations. So since I've been doing this recently, I've received some donations, but it's 10% of what it was. But part of integrity is I'm going to continue to push the ideas forward in a transformative way of growth. And if that means my pocketbook suffers as a result, so be it, because I know that if I turn my spiritual path and growth and understanding into a business, that will be a trap of my own devising. And pretty soon I won't be able to pay my bills unless I'm continuing to perpetuate a version of an understanding that I'm ready to move beyond. And I can't move beyond it because the people who are presently here are not going to give me money, or I'm going to run them off. And that's what's happened. The ones who can't listen to me criticize and critique their religion, they're not here anymore because they can't hear that. And you know who these same people are? They're the same people that as soon as things go bad in their life, they blame God, or they blame their idea of God. So my idea of God is love, and the kingdom of love or God is within me. And I don't even like to use the term God. I refer to it as the most super intelligent power and force of love and creation possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency. And, I can't turn that into a business. See, it's simply not possible, and which is fine. But the reality is, when I drive a truck, I choose to freely give a bum $20, and that's my choice. And the fact is, if somebody's listening to this, they might have $50 or $100 that they can freely give to me, and it's neither here nor there for them. Now, if they choose to withhold that until I say the specific type of words that they want to hear, that's bullshit. Because when I give somebody on the street $20, it's my choice, and I'm not asking them to behave in specific ways to earn the $20. And that's only speaking for me. And my thing is, when I have money to support content creators or people that I like their creativity, and people have complimented my ability to just talk, and I know you do this as well, to talk by myself for hours and hours and hours. Why does it need to be tied to, I need to perform in ways that they align with, right? If they enjoy the performance because when I'm driving a truck, $20 means nothing to me. Why wouldn't I let a bum have it? That's my world, see, because to a bum, $20 is a lot of money. So to Benton, who I've already delayed the start of my day, I have shit I need to be doing right now. I'm actually putting the needs of the audience ahead of my needs. And part of it is, yes, I'm happy to talk to Steven and I enjoy what we're doing here. But if I was going to suit myself, I would go right now and end the stream, and I would go handle my personal affairs. That is mostly done in the morning times. But I'm actually choosing to put my own needs to the side and to serve the audience. And there's members in the audience who may be present who can just give me money. Now, and some of them have in the past, right? I'm not calling out anybody in particular. I'm just saying, and some people don't have money to give, and if they don't have money to give, I'm not a prosperity preacher. Like, I don't want people on disability sending me their disability check. And meanwhile, if OTW has a $300 membership level, that's probably some version of somebody on a fixed income who really can't afford to send him $300. That's the sickest part of all of this. It's probably not somebody who just says, well, $300 ain't doesn't mean anything to me, I'm just going to go ahead and give it to OTW. It's probably somebody who realistically can't afford $300 and they're buying a friend on some level. But your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, I think that's common in the panelverse with the guys like Chuck. He tries to buy friends with Flogay, and I don't think he's on a disability check, but he uses his donations to try to buy friends. I saw him doing that with that new Landry character. I think the perception would be different of the audience with your message if you weren't living in a car, if you were living in a $5 million mansion in the Hollywood Hills, and you were in front of in a living room or with a view of Los Angeles from the hills, Hollywood Hills, and then they would say, well, this is valuable. This guy is a quote unquote success. He lives in a mansion, and it just changes everything. And that's the way most people. Testing. Hold on a second, everyone. Yes, both channels are still up. The Sanity Machine is up. Thousands of videos, thousands of subscribers. There's liars all over the place. How would Derek win anything? All he did was cry. The crybaby. He's desperate for attention. He couldn't possibly win against me in any conceivable way. He couldn't do shit. All he could do was cry and blame me for his problems. You understand? He couldn't do shit. He couldn't do shit. But I'm gonna jump over here. I'm gonna see if I can get on here. Just a second. Y'all. I'm gonna see, there's a stream going and I've never been on it before, but I'm curious if I can get on here. I'm not sure what kind of stream he's running. Looks like he's running Restream. Interesting. I'll try joining.
Simulation. But we're the ones that created all of existence. No, we didn't. We're far from it. We're just the universe experiencing itself in its own fucked up 1 millionth teraflop.
Universe.
I'm just saying, dude, it's not.
What if we discovered that in order to simulate our existence, it would require more energy than we could harness?
No. So to create the human consciousness experience, if you had a data center, would actually, if you figured out a efficient model that could replicate how humans behave, and like, we're just little sponges and we walk around, and now somebody called me a fuckhead, and now I'm pissed for 15 minutes, and now I need a cappuccino, and like, it's just stupid, dude. Like, to simulate each person would be easy in a computational level now that we're getting. My point is that, like, we're so close to being able to create a simulation where the Sims don't know they're being simulated, that what makes us believe that we're the originals is all I'm really trying to get to. But so yes, everything is naturalistic. Thank you, Juiced, for that. A Fibonacci sequence for everything: leaf patterns, flowers, time, everything, dude. Just like, and time is not linear, but we won't get into that.
Do you
I sold my wares. Make sure you guys sell your random stuff.
Okay.
Sell your goods now. Do it.
Do
The
you
market's hot.
do you work in technology? Do you work on that kind of stuff?
No, so I hobby in it, man. Like I
went
from 3D printing to PCB fabrication to microcontroller programming to websites to fucking music to, man, I've bounced around for a lot of years, man.
Have you tried setting up your own like LLM, trying to train your own AI?
Dude, I think that would be awesome, but I actually never versed myself in how to train. Like I understand the concept of training your own model and like whatever you want to train it on, but I actually never knew how to do that, so I didn't do it. I used a lot of other models that were already really. I've had so much.
Apparently they can't notice me.
All the shit that's out now.
They
It's
just
like,
can't seem to notice I'm right there.
But that's my point, is that we're so close on the cusp
Hello.
of figuring out all this crazy shit. That, like, what makes us think that we're actually the original ones to figure that out? Like, what if we're just one in a billion re-simulatednesses?
See, we
if
need
our
a-
algorithm is studied for thousands of years, or 100 or 5 years, or whatever.
Yeah.
Somebody's backstage.
I'm still trying to level up.
Yeah, I've seen King.
Yeah, but like, really, what's physical though? Like, what? Okay, let's just go back to the brain in a vat.
Who is that?
What if you were a brain in a vat and all your inputs were hijacked? Like, your eyesight was tapped in with some shit, with computer shit, and like your sense of smell and touch and taste and equilibrium and all that shit, and you were just a brain in a vat. Like, how would you actually know if you had an Oculus Rift on your face and if all your senses were being manipulated? Like, how would you know if you were just a brain in a vat or just a
Would it matter?
No, it doesn't matter. That's my point. We have to live our lives, so focus on what you have to do in this life is what I feel like.
Are you familiar with the term solipsism?
No.
So I'd say look that up, because that's pretty much the concept of being a brain in a jar.
All I was saying is that it could be a possibility. A sad one, but it could be possible.
But that's one of the things that I like about philosophy, and especially coming to the Tacos channel here. I'm not convinced that it is possible, but I'm not convinced that it's not. So I'm kind of in that.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that it's in stone by any means.
Yeah, and these are the kind of discussions that we have here, and philosophy, I think, helps us.
Alan Watts was a great mind, man. But there's certain things I disagreed on along the ways.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's right, and I don't think anybody's wrong. I think we're all just trying to interpret our own version.
Seems like they're afraid to bring me on, doesn't it?
Yeah, so
we need Kurt here.
The only one that.
I mean, the position is kind of weird to hold because
I said, I streamed this. You came across as a coward. Good job. for leaving me backstage. He's a coward. That's what he is. They're cowards. They're cowards. Good night to the green man. They left me backstage like a bunch of cowards. A bunch of cowards with their God debate. Give them a thumbs down. Bunch of cowards. Let's go back to my talk with Benton from earlier. Benton is live. Pilar. And I also wanted to add with the sellout aspect of people degrading themselves. They'll put down Hollywood actors, the ones that become Illuminati puppets that sell their soul, if you want to call it that way, to get the mansions, to get the fame, to become movie stars or music stars like Beyonce or Jay-Z or whatever. The ones that have $20 million mansions here and there, they sold out. But the reality is the average person is selling out not for millions, but for far less every day.
Mm-hmm.
They're selling themselves out. They're just not rich and famous. They're selling out for a lot less. And then they get upset as truthers and say, well, these creatures sold, and they are creatures. They sell out for demonic shit. They do rituals. They do whatever. They do whatever it takes to get that. But these people won't look in a mirror and say, well, fuck, what am I doing? What am I doing for a $20 donation, a $50, $100, $300? What am I doing? Who am I selling out? Do I have any honor, any principles? Am I just a sellout piece of shit that humiliate myself? Or will they be a flow gay and dump piss on themselves in a shower? I don't know if it was piss or Mountain Dew. It was something. He stood in his shower for money. They'll do anything. They'll humiliate themselves for small donations. But at the same time, they'll point the finger at these big sellouts and part of the Illuminati puppet club for selling out for millions. But in reality, they're just selling out for pocket change.
Mm-hmm.
That's the average person. That's what they do day to day. And they'll work for big corporations and they'll poison the water and the food and they'll do all this stuff to harm people for peanuts. They're not making millions. I'm not saying it's justified to get to poison anybody for 20 million mansion or whatever.
No, it's not. It's not.
I'm not justifying it. I'm just getting it. Like they'll do this for 40,000, 50,000 a year job, and they'll be working somewhere knowing what they're doing is harming fucking people or babies or they know what they're doing, and they're selling out for just peanuts, and they're selling out all of humanity and doing tremendous harm in some cases. They're running certain factories and they're aware, okay, what we're doing here is giving these fucking people that are buying our products, we're doling out cancer here is what we're doing. And they know that that's what they're doing for their paycheck. So that's a sellout, but it's not somebody that's on TV or in music videos or up on the movie screen. They're not Johnny Depp or they're... All right, I'm going to, just a second, everyone. I'm going to switch over to something just temporarily here. Let's share this. The Bex Factor. If you do a YouTube search for the Bex Factor, look what comes up. Oh my goodness. A video here with over 1,000 views, a short video. Oh my goodness.
All right, I'm standing staring at a garbage can, hoping that I hadn't shown my, here, for the haters. Done.
Staring at a garbage can. Is she mental? What the fuck? Is she mental? Look at this. Look at this.
Dun, dun. Dun, oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. There's my foot. All right, I'm standing staring at a garbage can, hoping.
Who would record this stupid shit? So that's Bextra Large. If you do a YouTube search for the Bex Factor, a lot of videos that I've made pop up. She doesn't really have any videos up. The Bex Factor. Isn't she something else? Staring at a garbage can, making a video. Oh my goodness.
And now, from beyond our dimension, this is the Jeff Mara Podcast. Here's Jeff.
My guest is Naran Degaren, who's had 2 near-death experiences, which we're going to learn about today. Naran, thanks for joining me and welcome.
Thank you, Jeff.
Naran, let's start with your first one, okay?
Yeah. I was in a bus accident while visiting my family. I was in Mexico City, and I was with friends that came with me to Mexico City, and we were heading to the nearest city south, and we had just actually missed the bus, and we ran to actually catch the bus, and the bus was just leaving. And I put myself in front of a bus to stop the bus from leaving, and the bus opened the door. We jumped in. We had done some shopping, and there was a bunch of elderly people in the bus. That was a bus that connected the center of Mexico City to the center of the next city, and it was full, and at the same time, each one of us had its seat in the bus. So 2 hours. It's 2 hours drive from one city to the other, and probably 45 minutes in the mountain. Suddenly, I actually passed out because I was really tired from the day. It was in the evening, and suddenly I started to feel like the bus vibrating, and then it flipped to the side, and then it kept going, and then the bus started rolling down a hill around 500 meters, and in that moment, it felt like suddenly time stopped, and I could see everything in slow motion, almost like in films when something terrible happens. It really felt like in slow motion I could see the movement, people falling to the sides and all that. And suddenly something hit my head, but I guess it was one of the seats of the bus, because I was upside down, and I passed out. In those moments, I felt like this explosion, almost like, and I felt like I was in this white space, white empty space. And across of me, there was my friend that was in the bus with me, which I knew he had passed already. And he was with people behind him, and he was surprised to see me there. And he told me, like, you can't stay, you can continue. I knew he was with his mother. I couldn't see him physically. I just knew it was him. I knew that was happening. In those moments, I felt really sort of peaceful and cared and loved. It's like a quality of love. Not the love that we normally think about, but the quality of being loved. And he told me, you can't stay. And I said, I want to continue. I don't want to go back, because I could feel or perceive somehow that my body had been injured, and my body had been, there was pain, there was sorrow, there was suffering, and all these things were happening, sort of in like a distant plane. And then he told me, no, you can't continue. And then him and everybody who was behind him pushed me back, and I opened my eyes, and I was down on my body, and injured, obviously, and everything that I knew that that could happen if I didn't continue with him. So it was kind of knowing that what I had just experienced was almost like the beginning of something else and the end of what I perceived as life. And that both were happening simultaneously. However, in those moments, I did not take it as a big thing because of the survival instinct kicked in, and I started to just try to manage everything that was happening with my body and body and the pain and people around me and the screams from people from the bus and yeah, and in those moments there was this thought that said I just dreamed that it was just a dream. What happened there? I didn't give it much of a yeah. It was not a big deal, and I lived with that belief for many years after. And there was some suppression of that experience because it was really a profound experience. And something inside me was kind of pushing me to meet that again, to really take a look closer into, okay, what was that really, what I really experienced in those moments. So
It's fascinating that your friend had already processed his own death in that short amount of time and was able to tell you, hey, you need to go back. Have you thought about that at all?
yeah, and I understood it later that in that moment, or actually in this moment, there is no time, and that what was happening, it was just what was happening in the moment, not related to time.
Once you came back to your body and you discovered that your friend truly had crossed over, how did you process that?
Actually, my other friend, we were two friends in the bus, and my other friend told me that is our friend. He had been buried. Almost half of his body was buried because the bus had gone over his body. And I look at him, and he was looking at me with his eyes open. And I just say thank you, because it was, I had just met him, and I had met him in this unconditional loving way. That's the only, it sounds cheesy if we want to say it like that, but it had been this intimacy that we had a moment of intimacy and closeness of there is no need to say goodbye. There is no need to say we will see each other again. We were just part of the same in those moments. So I just looked at him and say thank you for just the comfort moments that and the intimacy that we got to share right before I was kind of sent back.
So for years, you just considered this to be a dream. You didn't think it was a real experience?
Yeah, I convinced myself that it had been a dream, and that what I had experienced was just another moment to dissociate, sort of thing, of reality, of the physical reality that I was living in the moment, which later, years later, was the opposite. I was dissociating myself from the truth, from meeting what had just happened in the accident, really. Not the physical, but the revelation, sort of, if we want to call it like that, or the or meeting myself truly in a different way through my friend.
Was it your second NDE that confirmed it for you that the original experience was real, or was it some other event?
There were a bunch of events, but the one that really cleared everything was the second NDE.
Let's move forward to the second NDE.
So looking for healing from the accident and trying to meet what had really happened in those moments, I decided to find some ways to connect with myself, and it was done through retreats, meditation, breath work, and psychedelics. And one of the experiences that I had in one of those journeys, it was dying again. It was completely coming back into those moments of explosion. It's just that this time was in slow motion and speed of light at the same time. It felt like my body was dissolving into crystals and into pieces, as if I had just been set up a bomb inside and it had just detonated. And at the same time, when the body was dissolving, I was being shot like a rocket through outer space at a really, really high speeds, and until there was a lot of noise and a lot of chaos, until what I perceive as myself became like a point moving from one side to another, and that was it. It was just moving to one side to the other, and then it continued going up, and then it dissolved into this white empty space again that I had lived in the first NDE, that I recognized as, okay, this is me. This is just me. There is nothing left in between. There is nothing left in between what I call life, and that it's just this timeless space and this vastness, emptiness, and there was also eternity at the same time, and there was this absolute silent void. And it was disturbing and peaceful at the same time. It's actually peaceful and dynamic and chaotic and peaceful at the same time. It's very hard to describe because it's not, it doesn't have a one quality only. And the return from that was to be to notice that I had just I couldn't know, I couldn't understand actually when I came back of that. I couldn't understand how much time had passed, because for me had passed an eternity, or for the mind had just passed an eternity, and at the same time they had just, it's an instant as well. When I returned from that, I remember looking at my hands, and I could see through my hands. I could see through the trees because I was in the out. I could see through the trees, which is very similar of what I lived in the first accident that I could not remember, but I remember those moments of looking at my hands, looking at the trees, and seeing the translucent kind of holographic quality. And in the second one, I just couldn't remember anything about my life. And I remember even saying it out loud, I don't know who I am. I can remember my family. I can remember, I tried to search of who's my mom, who's my sister, who's this. And until one of my friends that was with me that day came into the memory, and then I was like, oh, she's here, so I will be okay. And then it felt like I just passed out again, and there is like a moment of disconnection of what happened, and suddenly I just opened my eyes and I was crying, and out of joy and gratitude and peaceful and of life, of going through the very difficult and the suffering and just life, almost like welcoming everything that had happened, in what seemed like a dream of memories.
Did you feel pressured to come back or forced to come back from this experience? Or did you encounter any beings that told you you have to come back?
No, this was it was kind of like, it felt like an agreement that if I was going to go all the way into oblivion, because that's how it was, oblivion, there was no return. And I was surprised when everything started to pull back, because it was like really like a slingshot. It was like really shot all the way through beyond space and then coming back at the same speed. And the two times it was like, I don't want to come back. That's the feeling. I don't want to return. I was fine.
Why did you decide to come back the second time?
It took me a while to understand the meaning of it, because in the moment, although there was gratitude and everything, there was also this understanding that this is not what I perceived as my life is not mine. What I perceive as life is not life. What I perceive about or the thoughts that I had associated with everything that I thought I knew there is not. And that there is just this empty vastness, void, silence, that contains everything. So there was the return was, to answer your question, there is no purpose whatsoever but to experience this, to remember that this is what it is, no matter what it is.
So is that why we come here, just to experience this reality?
I cannot speak for anybody but my experience, because what I lived, it's like this explosion that goes into different places, and that whatever, when I came back, I saw all those parts coming also together, and each part of that had experience. The experience was unique. So into my experience, it is that's the meaning for me, that I came here to fully accept and experience what there is to experience, and to remember that this whatever is that I'm experiencing, it's happening whether I like it or not, whether my mind holds back or not, whether my mind accepts it or not. It's just what's happening.
Do you believe in reincarnation? And if so, are you coming back here again next time?
It is hard to describe what we, or even the reincarnation thought or belief got shattered, because it is not a reincarnation. It is kind of entering a reality that is also happening at the same time as everything. So it is not that, for me, that it is re-happening. It is just kind of entering this what it seems to be a linear reality, but it is also happening at the same time as everything else of what I call that explosion. So just to clarify what reincarnation, it is not just once. It is just that I am just aware of this one. but everything is happening at the same time.
So you're saying that if we do live more than one life, they're all happening at the same time, including the past, the present, and the future?
Yes, and we are all the same. We're the same. The same presence that holds all these characters.
We're all the same, or we're all ultimately one being, separated into trillions of egos?
That's it. Yeah, we're just one being. We're just aware of the reality that we hold, but there is just one being.
I think for someone who has never experienced an NDE, it's very difficult to understand that we are all one. Like I am you and you are me, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you could have understood that if you hadn't had an NDE?
It's not just the NDE, but it is also any other practice that is able to tap into this oneness, into this beingness. No matter which practice that is able to help us tap into connecting with ourselves, can do it. The NDE is just one way that it's very visual and sensational and physical, perceptual, I would say. But there are other practices that are also a good way to recognize, just to recognize that we are not separate and that we are one being. The NDE just gave me a little more of visuals or a greater understanding of kind of almost the creation of it. But at the end of the day, there is no need for those visuals as long as we recognize that I am here and that that there is no you or me, that there is no object subject, that everything is happening from the same place.
Have you ever wondered why people are allowed to have NDEs and come back? Because wouldn't that experience change everything about your experience going forward?
I have, and what I've gotten is, or what I understood for what happened to me is that there would have been no other way for me to push myself through wanting to understand further that what I had what I had understood up until my accident. I needed that accident to happen to sort of push the limits of my experience and be curious enough to wanting to explore a little bit more of that.
Do you think that this exploration is part of the reason why you came here?
Yes, is to find out who am I without the story and without what I have came to believe about my life.
Since your experiences, have you noticed that you have any new abilities that could be considered psychic?
They're not new abilities. I think they were always here. It's just that they were not really, I was unaware of them. They were not recognized. And I think, there is no difference between anybody and myself. We all have the same abilities and we all have the same capacities. But definitely that helped the mind to break the limits that it had, or what it had considered the limits of the experience, and open up to new possibilities. Yeah.
Do you think that we can have an NDE-like experience without the trauma?
100%. Yes, and it doesn't have to be an NDE per se. It is just a recognition of who we really are. The NDE is just sort of a traumatic way to experience the truth, but there is no need of an NDE as long as we are willing and that we recognize who we really are beyond our perception or our not our perception but our mind, beyond of what we have come to believe that we are.
What would be the benefit of that?
We will be really more compassionate towards each other. We would treat each other much better, because we would know that whatever I would be doing or what to the apparent other is I am doing it to myself. So the relationship with ourselves definitely has an impact, and the relationship, and hence the relationship with everything that surrounds us, because it's not just the animated objects that are involved, is the unanimated objects as well, because that's also part of us. All this experience is the same. Is coming from the same place.
Do you think that this realm that we live in is a place of duality, good and bad, light and dark, and this place will never be a paradise? And that's okay, because we come here to experience what it is.
So the paradise and the good and the bad, all that belongs to the mind. It is not, wherever all this comes from, there is no judgment. There is no polarization of, oh, okay, this is good and this is bad and this should happen and this shouldn't happen. That is the mind trying to gain control of the experience.
So should we surrender to the experience?
Well, do we have any choice?
That's true. Well, once we do surrender, do we put meaning to the experience and say this is good or this is bad?
Well, then that's the mind again coming in online, trying to get hold of the experience. If we really truly surrender, then there is no judgment. Then we accept fully our experience.
There's no basic underlying thought or reality of this is pleasurable and this other thing could be horrible.
Well, there is the different qualities of life. Yes, this some things feel not better than others, but they feel different. It's just that the mind has already said this. I don't want to feel this, and I don't want to feel that, and I shouldn't be feeling this, and I shouldn't be feeling that, because, and then there is a story going out from there. Our experience is our experience. There is no way that we can change it. We can change our reaction to it. We can change, okay, I'm going to resist what is here. I'm going to resist this pain, or I will welcome the pain. That's the only thing that we kind of have control of, and we don't have control of. It is just also a perception that we have control of it, but in reality, we can't change what's happening here.
Can we manifest or manipulate what happens here in some way?
It is not a question of manifestation, but it's a question of accepting what's happening. If we accept what's happening, then the situations that our perspective will change. And then we can call it manifestation. Obviously, things will happen from a different point of view. And then obviously the mind again wants to be in control and say like, I created this, there is this I, when in reality it's just a happening. So it is like a game. If you move to if you fight with it, then it's the challenges will continue going. If we surrender to it, then the challenges change perspective into acceptance. So the point of view switches, and instead of calling it manifestation, it's just a happening.
Can you give us practical ways to live this life and enjoy it more and be more productive. Although I guess enjoying it is still your mind trying to take hold of it, right?
Yes, but we can accept what it is. And then, of course, there is more pleasure into accepting it, because then it becomes easy. There is no fight. So obviously the quality of life changes, and I'm not saying that it is an end, because it's always continuing. The challenges will always come. I don't think the challenges end, but that our perception of these challenges do. And through the challenges, and again, this is only my experience, but the more that the challenges that arise, and when I surrender to this challenge and I actually move towards the challenge, I say yes to the challenge. I would say that there is this more, there is a bigger capacity to accept what is, to be more more okay with what is, with what I can change. And I'm not saying that the mind will stop, because the mind will continue coming, but then I have the choice to not believe it. I have the choice to say, okay, this thought that is saying this shouldn't be here is the thought. And in the moment, it might be really, really difficult to do it. In the moment, is we're identified with what's happening. But the more difficult it gets, it's kind of like a cooker pressure. The more difficult it gets, the mind finds that there is finally really no control until there is no control, and then the let go happens. So sometimes we need this pressure cooker and this intensity of the moment and the challenge, sort of to help us find surrender, or find acceptance, or find even well, with acceptance comes forgiveness, but sometimes the forgiving, it's part of this pressure cooker. So
would you say that you're in a state of complete acceptance now, and you try to enjoy this life, and whatever challenges come, you face them head on and keep moving forward?
not all the time. A complete acceptance, yeah, it happens at one point, but obviously there is also a process that, as I explained before, sometimes I need a lot of intensity. It gets more and more and more intense until I just remember there is no way out, and then the full surrender happens, and then finally it's just released, and then I can ride the wave. But it doesn't happen automatically yet. However, I see the possibility that that could happen eventually, as we kind of trained the mind to not interfere in the process. But yeah, it doesn't happen for me automatically. And when there is suffering, there is intense moments of suffering, and then I remember when it gets really, really bad, and then okay, there is this, and I can see it, and then I can just relax into it and allow the truth to happen.
Would you say that the mind is a product of the body, and when you are on the other side, separate from your body, that your thinking changed and the monkey mind disappeared and you had clarity?
The thoughts are part of this body, yes, of this experience. Yeah, the mind has come to believe from past experiences. In those moments, the past experiences are not clouding the present moment.
Have the memories of your experiences faded over time?
No, they're more present than before. Yeah, not everything, because obviously the memory of the quality of the memory has faded. For example, I can remember the transitions. The transitions were really intense. I remember that, but I cannot remember the intensity that it held. I cannot remember the magnitude of the intensity. I remember there was intensity, and I remember there was yeah, there was this fight as well happening, but I can remember with clarity how intense and how difficult.
Do you fear death?
There is no fear about what will happen when I die. However, I notice that there is fear about what if right now ends. What if right now ends, and that's the fear that comes also with the mind. But if I were to, let's say that I would say they would tell me tomorrow you will die, I would not fear. Because fear, actually, the fear in general is the fear of dying. And the fear of dying is the fear of the mind. But the dead, there in those moments when we die or when we are about to die, there is no fear.
Would you say that once the body does, the mind dies as well, but the consciousness of who you are is eternal?
Yeah.
Well, after watching this podcast, people may want to reach out to you and ask you questions. Are you open to that?
Yes.
How can they contact you?
I can definitely give an email and some sort of contact, my website, and yeah, of course.
What's your website?
It's breathing-awareness.com, which it's I will change it soon because I'm in transition as well on my website, but for now it's that.
Is there a contact form on your website?
There is a contact form on my website, but it's easier if they write an email.
All right. Do you want to share your email?
Yes, it's info@breathing-awareness.com.
Well, I didn't mention it during the show so far, but you are involved in breathing techniques. Would you like to share a little bit about that?
Sure. Well, the breath work that I learned helped me to also digest the NDE. It helped me reconnect in a very peaceful way with what I had been suppressing. It was part also of the way I was trying to connect with it, and it was really helpful because when we breathe, we actually allow the mind to release some sort of control about what's really happening and allow the body to do its thing. So it kind of makes this space between the mind and the body, which are not separated. They're working on their own. It's just that the body has stored its memory and the mind has also stored the memory, but is trying to control what the body needs to do or not. It's basically trying to control the experience. Breathwork has helped me to understand how surrendering feels in the body. How can I feel surrender in a moment, and how can I get to surrender, or how can I be aware when I am resisting? Like, what are the signs? How is the mind sending the signals to my body?
What other practices are out there that can help someone have an NDE-like experience, or at least get the result of an NDE?
So the NDE is really meeting ourselves beyond the mind, beyond what we think, and meditation is one of them that is able to get us in contact with who we really are beyond our thoughts, to have really a direct experience with what is present and that the mind can't recognize because it's involved. I've been through a process that is called Awareness Intensive, where we use koans, which is a question. It's an existential question. It comes from the Zen practices. And the koan is, tell me who you are. And we sit one across each other and we take turns asking, tell me who you are. And then we share our experience. And then the gong rings, and then the other one goes, tell me who you are, and then the other one shares the experience. Doing this practice for a number of days, 3.5 days or more, what it does, it creates the perfect environment for the mind to let out all the stories, to let out all the whatever has come to believe, until until we have come to this moment where the mind can't find anything to grasp on anymore. And then that's the moment where we want to keep inquiring, well, tell me who you are. And until we are actually piercing through the mind and then getting in contact with what is real, with what is here, with also what's always been here. And the result of meeting ourselves is that we are now aware that the mind is involved, but it doesn't take over the whole experience. It's like taking distance from thoughts and allowing the experience to be at the experience without necessarily pushing it or pulling it. And obviously life changes when we have such an experience, and it's available out there. And it's a pretty powerful practice that I got to experience as well, many number of years, and that I keep coming back every year, and that now I also share.
Would you say that at the end of the exercise of telling me who you are, you understand that the mind is creating who you are, but ultimately it just ends up as you're just nobody or just consciousness and that's it?
Yeah, and even nobody and consciousness, they have, it's also concept of the mind, because we have associated things around those words. But what we get in contact with is something that doesn't have any words, and that it is this presence, is this moment, it is here, it's me, it is right in this moment.
So if I asked you the question, tell me who you are, your answer would be, I am the moment.
It is not about an answer. I also want to clarify about what it, because the answer will come through the mind as well. When we communicate, when we're in contact with who we really are and we communicate it, there's some other, there is a different quality of what we communicate. It almost sometimes sounds poetic, because what is happening in the moment cannot be expressed. We have limited language to express who we really are. So it almost sounds poetic. It sounds like like a text pulled out from a sacred book, because we are really in contact with it, and it cannot be encapsulated in one word. It is a full experience. It is almost like poetry. And it's clear when someone is in touch, because the quality of the description is just, you cannot miss it. You can completely see also in the body. You can see the relaxation. You can see there is many qualities of it, and it's beautiful when that happens.
Naran, before we finish up, can you leave us with a last positive message?
Are we willing to meet ourselves fully? Are we willing to know who we really are? And if it's not now, then when?
Naran, thank you for your message, and thank you for being my guest.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching the Jeff Mara podcast. I really appreciate you. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. And if you do, there are loyalty badges and other perks depending on your level of membership. All you need to do is click the join button underneath the video to find out more. Thank you for your support.
color. Seeing, well, I guess we'll get right to this. The beautiful Ukrainian girl. Oh, this was just one of those stories that if you're a civil member of society, this is the that just tears you up, and just the anger that is coming out of people. And again, from everything, from looking at the black community doing nothing to address these. Look, I know I follow a lot of accounts on X, and I have a lot of differing opinions, and I see there are black people that say this is terrible. This thug shouldn't have been out on the streets. I see it. But I mean, it is an unbelievably small minority of blacks that call this out. And they usually have some kind of a popular podcast or something. You will not see the regular, black person speaking out against like this. Just does not happen. And sometimes you'll see comments where they're all for this. They think more white people should die in horrific fashion at the hands of black people. Yeah, they're out there. These are the same people telling you that the KKK is still around. What is that? I hear something.
Sorry.
Lynchings still happen. A lynching, in this case, I don't see a better form of justice than a good old lynching of this guy. This piece of that stabbed this girl in the neck on a train. He wasn't supposed to even be on that train. He did not pay to get on it. Could have been prevented. He had been arrested 14 times prior for violent crimes. A black woman judge let him out the last time for no bail. He signed a little note that said he'll show up for his court appearance, which God knows when that was, 8 months, a year, 2 years from now. With 14 previous arrests for violent stuff, not for just having a roach in his pocket. Probably did have a roach. And this black woman judge basing everything she does on the bench on skin color, seeing a young black man and seeing the horrible, oppressive, racist system that she works for, ruining another potential doctor or astronaut. So she's going to let him go. And that's what she did. She let this fucking guy go. He horrifically murders an innocent girl who was in this country because she wanted to leave the murder and war going on in her home country of Ukraine. Hi, this is Anthony Cumia.
Hello, I'm Gavin McInnes.
And together we're Compound Censored.
And we would like you to subscribe with this deal using this promo code right below me right now.
Do it, because it's very entertaining. There's a war going on here. Why don't we ever hear about that? Not an impending war, not a coming civil war, not if this gets worse, there's going to be a war. The war that's on right now, the war that is going on right now. There are black people murdering white people for no other reason than they are white people there to murder. It's not they did me wrong, or I had a beef, or they slept with my wife. There's no reason aside from, oh, there's a white person, let me kill them. Well, that sounds like a war to me. That sounds like we're at a war. People are dying in this war that we're in. So I don't want to hear impending. If, when, we're at war. And this girl is another casualty of that war. And that guy that did it is a soldier in this war. And the judge that let him out she's on the opposing side, too, of a war. I'd like to see how many white dudes she lets go without bail with a note saying, come back. If she even sees white dudes in her court, depending on what district it is. It's probably all black guys just coming in, and she just writes them a little get out of jail free card, and there they go to do whatever the fuck they want again and again and again. And aren't people mad? Aren't people mad? Like at the point where you're really fucking disgusted? I think so. I know my first tweet on it got like 1.4 million views. I was talking about how this is a Rosa Parks moment for white people. And this is the assassination of MLK Jr. Moment for white people. What's it going to take? Rosa Parks sits in a seat in a staged bullshit dog and pony show to try to, show how awful America is. Get to the back of the bus. And, it brings about this civil rights bullshit. And she has statues of herself all over the country. She sat so you can fly or something. She sat so you can run. What about the Ukrainian girl? Yep, Irina. What about young, beautiful Irina? Where is she? Where's her statues going to be? How many statues are they going to put all over the country for her? She sat to be murdered in the race war of 2025. Yeah. But, obviously I see mad people. I see they're very angry, but how angry? Not even angry enough to say something. Where are the politicians? I saw Trump. Trump addressed this horrific murder today. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, we got to do something. Yeah, okay. If we can't be safe, we can't be a country. Yeah. Say something to the effect of, when is the black community going to address this? Very serious problem. When? Say it. Say it. This is a black on white issue. And it's not just murder. It's the bad. But I mean, anytime you see a group of people go into a store and ransack it and leave, it's black people. I've seen a few of the homeless white dudes, the filthy fucking bums, and they see what's going on and think, well, if people are stealing and they're getting away with it, I'll give it a try. And they go in and walk out, fuck you, whatever. But, it's what blacks are doing is organized crime. It's a group of them. They go into these stores, they rob it blind, and then it's sold. They don't use the goods they're stealing. They don't themselves go out and sell it to their friends. Yo, man, you need some shampoo and shit? They sell it to a fence. They sell it to people, Nigerians or what have you, Muslims, Somalis. And then those people hire illegals and these other Somalis and Islam and fucking whatever. And they go to certain areas that are known for selling these goods. They spread out a little tarp or a blanket, and all those things stolen from CVS and Walgreens and Walmart and any other place are laid out on the blanket, and people buy them at a highly discounted price from those people. So when you hear shoplifting, it's not shoplifting. This is a racket. It's an organized crime with different characters and different departments, and they could make some arrests and start RICOing these motherfuckers. Get on them as organized crime. Get the FBI involved, because that's exactly what this is. Pick up the shoplifters and follow that trail and arrest all these fucks on RICO statutes, because this is organized crime, not shoplifting. But will that happen? No. Although I do see store owners and the like getting a lot more involved in things like this. I've said in the past, one moment. I've said in the past that I wouldn't get involved personally. If I see a deadly threat to me, my loved ones, and perhaps somebody out on the street, if it's blatantly obvious and imminent death is going to happen, I might do something with it. If I had a weapon, I'm not going to step in close, but I might do something. But I don't advise anyone to do anything when they see something. Unfortunately, the woman on the train was stabbed so quickly, the guy stood up and stabbed her. There wasn't really an indication before that imminent death of this girl was going to take place, which is a shame. And if anybody had time to do something and was able to subdue or take out this animal that killed this beautiful girl, they would most likely be in jail right now. The person that prevented him from stabbing this girl, someone like Daniel Penny, on the train, he could have pulled that knife out. Someone sees it, does something, maybe has a weapon and takes him out before he stabs the girl. They would be in jail right now defending their freedom, because the black community, Democrats, liberals, politicians, Hollywood, they'd come out and say, oh, was that really necessary? How do you know what he was going to do? A black man with a knife? What? White people carry knives. They clean their nails with it. Why did you kill this wonderful man? So even in that situation, you'd have to run it through your will I be fucked filter. And that takes time. And in that amount of time, a girl is laying on the floor dead. You could take him out after the fact. But then again, now you're like, well, was he threatening you? So I suggest not getting involved. But I think people are getting so mad. And younger people have a lot more piss and vinegar flowing through their veins to get involved with something like that. Like, fuck you. I'm not taking that. I'm not ready to step up, get in someone's face and start yelling at them not to do something. I'm a little too, frail at this point. And I can't just shoot somebody, You got to go through those motions first. You got to put yourself, if you're going to step in, if you're going to step in between a situation, you have to put yourself in harm's way. And there has to be a threat that your life could be ended. And now it's going to go through court, and you stepping in to try to break something up, was that necessary? What were your actions doing that? You started this whole thing, and then you end it with a gunshot? Doesn't sound like self-defense to me. This is what you'd be facing in a court of law in 2025 in America. So, like I said, very, very dodgy to get involved. But store owners are getting pissed. I like this one. This is fun. Here's a guy. I don't know if he's the owner. He's very passionate about this shoplifter in the store, or thief. I'm just going to say a thief, because it's not shoplifting. This one probably will sell shit. She looks very low level, very unintelligent, very stupid. She's wearing a dumb wig, which at the end it comes off and it's brilliant. But look at the attitude. The attitude is, yeah, I'm stealing. But who the fuck are you to deny me my chance at stealing from you? Who the fuck do you think you are? Get your hands off me. You can't touch me. You can't touch me, is what she says. And the goods are all in her bag. Get your hands off my bag. It's the entitlement. Like, they are entitled to steal from you. That's what we've put in their heads through years of doing nothing and allowing this to happen without consequence. And now that a few people are so pissed that they are stepping up and dealing out consequence to these people, they're beside themselves. What? I can't steal? What is this world coming to? Watch this.
Excuse me. Hey, come on now. What are you doing?
This ogre,
What are you
this
doing?
little
You went
troll.
off. Hey, give me the bag. Or what? Yeah, stop.
Don't touch me, please. Not touch me. Don't touch me.
What's your name?
Let go
I
of
will
me.
what?
No.
I'll tell you my name.
Go ahead and call the police.
You let go.
Call the police.
Let go of me. You cannot put your hands on me.
You cannot put your hands on me.
I will let it go if you let go.
No, you won't. No, you won't. No.
Could you pause for a second? I will let go if you let go. Even their bullshit is bullshit. Like, oh, I have your bag with my stolen goods in there. You're holding the other end. And you're telling me if I let go, you'll just let go and it'll fall to the floor and we'll all laugh. And when the cops get here, we can tell them the story of how we both let go. And I mean, obviously, if you've watched 2 of these videos like this, she wants to run. She wants to get away from this situation. But number one, she does not want to lose her booty there, her goods that she stole. So she wants the guy to let go. And how delusional is this fat little fucking milk dud to think that she's going to outrun a regular white dude? She's not. But this is just in her head. She's like, I got to run. I got to get out of here. The other thing is, yeah, she don't want the cops showing up. It's happened before to her. I guarantee it. Every woman, every sister she knows has been arrested. She's gotten the phone call. Yeah, the police got me. Can you watch my chow? Can you come down and get me at the police? They all racist. Why you follow me around the store? Why you be following me? You racist. Well, this is why. And the entitlement she has, thinking she's well within her rights as a big fat black woman to steal. So the price goes up for people that pay. Again, we're the suckers. So the price of insurance for the store goes up and they tag it onto all the products in the store. So again, we, the suckers that pay, it's taken out on us. But, you know, try to tell that to this fucking ape. She's dead set on leaving with her goods without any say from anybody. Because again, that's all she's seen happen for years now. No consequence. She don't know what this is. What? You're stopping me? When did this start? Let's continue.
I told you to stop back there. She's calling the police right now.
Now you're on my purse now. I will dump your shit out if you let go of me.
No, you ain't going anywhere.
And I will dump your shit out.
No, you're going to jail. We're done.
See, it's starting to go through her head that she's going to jail.
Just dump your stuff out and let me go.
No, you need to stop. This is more than once. No, this is the second time.
All right, pause again. Pause again. Her point now, and I've seen this happen in a few other videos of people stealing from various places. Yeah, let me just give it back to you and I'll go. Like, that's an option? No, you're just getting off the hook. You don't have the goods you stole, but you'll just go to another store and steal their shit. You need to go to jail. You need to be arrested, convicted, sentenced, and sit on your fat fuck ass in jail. That's the only way. Real consequences of these actions. She can't believe she's even being stopped at all. And now her solution is you let go of my bag with your stolen goods in it, and I'll dump it out, and then you let me go. That's how we're going to do this. No, we're going to wait for the fucking cops. And by the way, if anyone believes that this piece of shit would actually give up the stolen goods and leave on our own, you just haven't been paying attention. You haven't been watching videos like this. You know nothing of the mindset of these pieces of fucking shit. She's not going anywhere without the stolen goods. Even in this situation where the cops are on their way, she's been found out. She wants to give it back and leave. She still wants to leave with the fucking stolen shit. She doesn't know anything else in that cashew floating around in her abnormally small skull with no frontal lobe. Too far? Let's watch.
Bullshit.
I've never been here before.
You're going to
I'll
jail.
let your shit go if you let me go.
No.
Take your stuff out of the purse.
No, you take our shit out of the
I'm about
purse.
to if you let me
No,
go.
I've got one handle, you grab the other, you take the shit out. Take it out now. Take every bit of it fucking out. Do you understand me?
He's like crying.
I'm not fucking with you. You do not steal. What kind of human are you? Put the shit down.
I'm about to.
The fuck?
Put the shit down.
That's right. Why? Yeah, and you try to mace me and we got problems. Do you understand me? No.
That ain't happening.
Look. Okay, pause. See? Put the shit down. She's making like she's taking it out of the bag. The guy lets go of her for a second, and she grabs back up the stolen shit and tries to get away. This is what you're dealing with. And this is why when you watch these videos, never think the cops are doing too much when they will not let go. And they put someone on the ground and they're not giving someone a chance to explain or give back the goods so they could leave or listen to the story about how I got to pick up my chow. Don't believe any of it. They're fucking liars. And this woman is a typical case. Drop the shit, pick it back up, and try to make off with your little fat body. You are a disgusting fat body. Oh, I continue.
Let go of me. That ain't happening. I'm calling the police on you. Where are you?
Look at her wig came off. Look at that. Look at that. That is a guy. That is a dude. You put the little red wig on like no one's going to know that that's not your fucking hair. And you put it on over something that looks like, you know, a football player's head. Just disgusting. No fucking sense of respect for anything. And everything I'm saying, I would be called racist by the morons that defend this behavior. She's obviously just stealing because she's hungry. That bitch ain't hungry. I can guarantee you that. She ain't stealing for bread and milk. They're stealing to sell shit and buy, you know, another red wig, maybe some drugs, maybe get her nails did, get a pedicure, get some jewelry. I'm going to buy some jewelry with this. Yeah, liars. Liars and thieves, not to be trusted. Oh, God. But the good part is to see someone stopping this woman, holding her there, calling the police, and not buying into her bullshit or her threats and not letting go. This woman needs to go to fucking jail. She needs to go to jail. I would love to see what her conversation with the police sounded like. Her plea of innocence, how the man assaulted her, how it was, the whole thing was based on racism. Why they follow me? Why didn't they? There was a white lady left the store. Why did they chase her? As you know, 20 cameras, the people watching in the loss prevention office are watching her shoving shit in her bag, down her shirt, her pants. Why you follow me? Because you're thieves and liars. That's who we follow. Thieves and liars. Oh, God, I've had it. But it's good. That was actually a good clip to watch, showing that people are getting to that point. They are not, they're not just going to stand around and watch as this shit happens anymore. Jasmine Crockett. Oh, my nose is all itchy where my dog shoved his fang up it. Jasmine Crockett is one of those idiots who believe that people that steal are stealing out of hunger, out of necessity for food, for fucking food, because black people are starving in this country because of systemic racism. It's the only answer if you ask an idiot like Jasmine Crockett. Let's watch.
I don't want anybody to mistake what I'm saying. Just because you are impoverished does not mean that you will be a criminal. But I do want to be clear that there is a direct link between poverty and susceptibility to having to engage in certain things. And this is something that I know up close and personal as a public defender. In fact, my elected prosecutor in Dallas County, he kind of caught some flack because he probably shouldn't have said it out loud. But he specifically said, if I get people that are getting charged with a low-level misdemeanor for going and stealing food, diapers, like basic necessities, because they literally can't afford it. He's like,
out of desperation.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not locking you up, right?
Shut up,
And
white
granted,
bitch.
like, there is no good point in doing it because a decent defense attorney would have a defense, right? There's a defense that we have on the book. So we, go and try the case, right? But like most people didn't understand. They're like, oh, he telling everybody to go steal. And I'm like, that's not what he was doing. But like, okay. And so I want people to understand that there are crimes that are committed, not because people are criminals, but because they literally are trying to survive.
Bullshit. I would love that statistic, but you'll never find it. You would never find the statistic that would show you how many people are stealing to survive. They're literally stealing what they're going to eat. And what's the percentage stealing to sell for wigs, nails, pedicures, jewelry, drugs? What's that percentage look like? I don't doubt that a hungry person would go into a store and steal something to eat. But that is not what we're seeing. We're not seeing that. I would love to see. I would love to see a video of a person coming out of a store with a little donut or a piece of chicken or whatever, and being stopped by the cops, and the cops going through all the routine they always go through with someone that's stealing from a store, and then cuffing this person, putting him in the back of their car and going, we got that motherfucker. Steal a muffin again, motherfucker. Steal a little pint of milk again. I've never seen a video like that in my life, and I watch a shitload of these videos. It's obnoxious, entitled black bitches like the one we just watched, stealing expensive stuff to sell and buy whatever they want to fucking buy. There it is. So, the whole ruse that it's food and diapers. They don't give a fuck what they wrap their offspring in. You've seen it before. They don't give a shit. A towel, one of the welfare hotel towels. Taking care of your children. Just stop. I had to steal diapers for my babies. Ain't gonna happen. They're stealing shit to sell, to buy their own shit. Jasmine Crockett. And the way the law works, you see, she just said it. The prosecutor doesn't even care. They'll go up and make a deal with the defense attorney, drop the charges. Oh, why? Because it's a misdemeanor theft. Well, you know why? Not because they're stealing a fucking ring ding or a yodel because they're hungry. It's because they've raised the amount where it becomes a more serious crime. That's why. It's not a single little fucking tidbit to eat. It's a shopping cart full of shit that comes to $999.99. And then when it goes to trial, they go, oh, look, it's not even a fucking a big crime. Let her go. She was hungry. That's why. Because they fucking keep raising that rate, how much worth of stolen goods the person took, that kicks it up to a more serious crime. Again, show me the guy walking out hungry that stole food, and the cops are arresting them, locking them up. They're going to trial. It doesn't happen. I doubt she's ever had to defend someone in a court of law that was arrested for nothing more than stealing a piece of food from a store, where she gets together with the district attorney and goes, have you seen this? The police report, the arrest report, everything. This person stole a box of donuts and walked out because they were hungry. Oh, yeah? It went to trial. I've seen cases where convenience stores, a guy walks in or a couple walks in and they steal like a beer and some chips, and they get confronted by the store and they cause a big scene. The police show up. They're talking to the cops. They're causing all kinds of problems with the cops. They don't want to give them ID. Now they're getting arrested for failure to identify yourself. They're calling the cops racist. They're fighting for the cuffs. Now it's assault on a law officer. It's fucking you're resisting arrest. And then they go to court and go, I would just taking chips and a beer because I was hungry. Never happens. Never happens that way. I know fuck well Jasmine Crockett has never had to defend someone that only took food because they were hungry. It's never happened. You're defending aberrant behavior, assault, resisting, failure to identify. That's what you're defending. It's like the people that said, oh my God, there's people that are in prison for 20 years because they had a joint on them. You will never find that. Maybe in 1950. The dread marijuana spreading its tentacles of death across our nation's young people. A 20-year sentence. Getting off light, are we? Like that's the 50s. Now, if you're arrested and you're tried and you got 20 years and you say it was for a joint, you got a joint in one hand and a gun you were shooting someone with in the other. And you go, oh, they got me on the joint. So it's all bullshit. It's all lies. They're liars and thieves. So if you enjoyed that clip,
then subscribe to Compound Censored using this promo code.